It's really causing all my hassles. So that one needs to be muted, this one. What?
My back hurts.
What did you do there?
Oh, I just followed the prompts and joined with audio, just the same as it
Okay,
asked.
so
us
that one
time, so-
leaves audio on. And
Yeah.
there's two audios, right? There's the Zoom audio and there's the computer audio, right?
So this one we want to turn.
How come it's mute and then unmute is the other way? That's weird. Look at this. It says mute.
Well,
then when you
Michael
do
is
that-
this one, so we should.
That
change-
says Michael? No, it says
Yeah.
mute. Oh, Michael's above it?
Yeah,
Oh,
Michael's that
so-
guy.
So I don't mute that. Oops. I don't mute Michael, right?
Well,
Michael is this thing.
no. So hit that. So now it should, so now it's only one up there. So hear how
Wait,
I'm
what
like
was it before?
reverberating?
Wait. Okay, so what did I do when I hit it? Oh, it took off the camera, took off this thing. Took that thing off, which
Correct.
we'll have on though.
Yeah.
And what'd you say about the sound? See, this mic is on. That's
So
why.
you can hear us reverberating.
Yeah,
So you want to turn this one off?
which one? That one?
Yeah. I don't do anything with that.
Okay, so there's no reverberating. Now, so what was happening then for feedback was me.
Well,
After
I
we
know
had
it's
to remake
confusing and maybe tomorrow
So
I'll,
where do I get the participants?
down here where it says participants.
I need to have one for that computer. That has to be a participant. I turned it on, but I don't have a Zoom meeting on.
So go in and try to, go. Clicking on Zoom. So now you're gonna have to, since you've opened this under clerk. Here? Yeah. So who are you gonna sign on to that one as? So. Who's gonna be here? Well, why does it have, why does it have to be on Zoom? They're standing right here. Because they're showing. But they want to. I would put you, but I would, it doesn't make a difference. I wouldn't use clerk again. I think. Well, we've got this one on mute and the voice on this one.
That's the-
Okay, and we were a little confused where we were logging on to Zoom, but Nancy got that all figured out.
So both should be on the clerk.
Okay, on this one, we turned off. Well, the Apple one doesn't have to be on. We just do it.
It's not working. It is working.
You guys got it then? Yeah. She, just joined as a participant from this one. But I don't know why she's on this. But she joined the meeting. She did. Hello. That's why it wouldn't give us the net. I think that you just talked.
Now I am going to want to be presenter, so I haven't been switched.
Manager at cityofphiladelphia.org, and I'm like, check that one. And it was on the website.
Okay, so over here, I want the lectern to be a panelist.
Oh, how do we have? Oh, do you want me to add him? Yeah, tomorrow. Okay, all right, and then I'm gonna take off. Oh, sure, yeah.
How do I get
And I'm
lectern to
working on
be
that
a
form. I
panelist?
figured out how to do the form too, so I just did that let radio button one so far, so I just have to hit save, so we'll see if that works for tomorrow.
I was trying to promote lectern. So I went in here, pushed the button, and nothing happened.
Hit it again. Okay, I had to answer it.
You have to accept it?
Yeah,
Accept it because it's gonna be that way.
yeah. So now it's host.
Yes, now, when Brad comes down. He has to do what? Tammy too. They'll come in as a candidate. They have to accept it. Do I mute this one? Oh, who's this meeting? This is host. Clerk is, oh, we renamed Michael the clerk. So do I mute that one? No, that one. Okay, I call to order the regular meeting of the Planning Commission for April's meeting. The open forum, this is an opportunity for any citizen to briefly address the Planning Commission on any matter that does not appear on this agenda. Upon being recognized by the chair, please state your name and limit your oral statements to no more than 3 minutes. Matters that appear to warrant a more lengthy presentation or commission consideration will be agendized for further discussion at a later meeting. Is there anyone in the audience who?
Chair, if I may, we need to call roll first.
Oh, yeah, roll call. I forgot to write that down.
Oh, yeah, roll call. Okay, Commissioner Lasky,
Here.
and Commissioner Hart.
Here.
And Commissioner Storr. Here. Commissioner Slaymaker.
Here.
Commissioner Burke.
Here.
Vice Chair Johnson.
Here.
And Chair Carpia.
Here.
All are present. Hallelujah.
And can you introduce the staff
Yes.
that's here?
And up here at the table, we have Nancy Miller is our permit clerk and technical guru. We have Ann Danforth is the city attorney. Sammy is our planner for pretty much every project on the agenda. And I am Brad Evanson, the interim planning director.
Thank you. So I read the announcement about open forum. Is there anyone here in the audience that wishes to address the commission on any matter not on the agenda? Seeing none. Nancy, is there anyone on Zoom? Okay. Thank you. Moving on to reports. Are there any standing members or individuals that have any committee reports to present tonight? Does the staff have any? Okay, seeing none. The next is the consent calendar. The consent calendars consist of items that the Planning Commission considers to be non-controversial unless any item is specifically removed by any member of the Planning Commission, staff, or audience. The consent calendar will be adopted by one motion. Items removed will be considered in the sequence as they appear below. If any member of the audience wishes to have an item removed from the remote meeting procedures, please raise your hand. If you do not have access to the Zoom meeting platform, please email the Acting Director of Planning and Building, Brad Everson, at bevan, V-A-N-S-O-N, @cityofbelvedere.org, and indicate that you would like to remove a consent calendar item and identify the item. After removing the item, the Planning Commission will call for comment at the appropriate time. Is there any commissioners that want to remove any of the consent calendar items?
Chair Carpia? No.
Yes, okay. Which item do you want to remove? Yeah, the meeting. Okay. Is there anyone in the audience? Well, we were having
Carpia?
removing it.
I don't want to remove an item, but in the meetings report of last meeting, it says on page 2 The last paragraph, it says that having heard that the fire marshal did see a safety hazard, and it should say did not see a safety hazard. It's about 4 lines up on the last
Oh, yeah.
paragraph.
And,
Mine, I can do the same thing, it's just an edit.
okay,
So in that same paragraph, it's the 4th sentence, it starts, and I'll read it. Says there was consensus that the eucalyptus trees are important aesthetically, and also because they serve to protect from the wind. And I don't agree that it was a consensus. I looked that word up, means we all agree on that. So I think it should say there was no consensus that the eucalyptus trees are important aesthetically, or that they serve to protect from the wind. That's the extent
I
of
think
my-
there was a majority. Yeah.
That's
So
not a
maybe-
consensus.
Okay.
so we
Maybe
should
just
change the
change it
word
then.
to majority. Thank you.
You know, and I also, that night, we had the big storms. I went home and turned on the news, and there were people killed by trees falling, some huge big eucalyptus trees. It is a concern.
Okay, so with those modifications, can I have a motion to,
So what are we changing that to?
you don't like the word majority?
That majority was better. I thought mine was better. No consensus.
Um, Well, then the sentence should just come out, because it doesn't make sense otherwise. Other than to say eucalyptus trees are important aesthetically, and they protect, okay, so we just say eucalyptus, some commissioners felt that eucalyptus trees are important aesthetically. How does that sound? Some. Okay, so we'll change it to that. So can I have a motion to adopt the consent calendar with the modifications that were stated?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Lasky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hart,
Yes?
Storr,
Yes.
Slaymaker,
Yes.
Burke,
Yes.
Vice Chair Johnson,
Yes.
and Chair Carpiet.
Yes, thank you.
Unanimous.
Okay, moving on to the public hearings, we're having a little shift in order, and the first on the agenda is 31 Cove. Can we please have a staff report?
Madam Chair, I'm recused from consideration on that, so I'll be back for the next
Okay,
item.
great, thank you.
Prepared for 53.
Recused because I live within 500 feet, sorry.
Okay, he's recused because he lives within 500 feet, for those on Zoom, if you didn't hear him. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Carapia and members of the Planning Commission. For your consideration this evening is an application that is being continued from February of this year. The application is for demolition permit, design review, and revocable license to demolish an existing home and construct a new single-family home at 31 Cove Road. The project site is a 6,600 square foot lot in the R1L zoning district. The site is adjacent to single-family homes to the north, south, and west, and the Boardwalk Shopping Center to the east. The eastern portion of the site abuts a privately owned road where residents have been granted an access easement. It says it is. Yeah. Um, Okay. This earlier and it went. Let me see. Okay, great. Thanks. Okay, now we can, yeah. Should I start over? Oh. Okay. I'll start over, okay. All right. For your consideration this evening is an application that is being continued from the February meeting of this year. The application is for demolition permit, design review, revocable license to demolish an existing home and construct a new single-family home at 31 Cove Road. The project site is a 6,600 square foot lot in the R1L zoning district. The site is adjacent to single-family homes to the north, south, and west, and the Boardwalk Shopping Center to the east. The eastern portion of the site abuts a privately owned road where residents have been granted an access easement. The project proposes to demolish an existing residence and construct a new FEMA compliant 2,969 square foot, two-story residence with an attached one-car garage. The main level would be set back 5 feet from both side yards, 10 feet from the rear, and 22 feet from the front yard. The second story would be set back 12 feet at the north side yard, 14 feet at the south, 42 feet at the rear, and 51 feet from the front side yard. The project would include a new covered patio area, as well as replacing both side yard fences and add a new entry gate. The applicant has modified the project since the February Planning Commission meeting. Changes include lowering the second story roof height 2 feet and 5 inches and shifting the second floor 2.5 feet towards Cove Road. The spa that was previously at the side yard here has been removed from the project scope. Looking from the north elevation, the current plans would remove the exterior staircase at the side yard as well, and the 2 second floor bedroom windows. One exterior window would be added at the first floor hallway. 2 skylights are proposed above the interior hallway stairs. The first level would be 15 feet and 9 inches tall from base flood elevation plus 1 foot freeboard. And the second floor would be 20 feet, 7 inches from base flood elevation as well. The project would shift the 1-car garage to the north and add 1 uncovered parking space below. Exterior stairs would lead to the main level of the home. The project proposes 3 Japanese maple trees in the front yard, bougainvillea and lavender, jasmine and podocarpus would be planted along the side yards, and 7 magnolia would be planted at the side and rear yards and also at the front yard. The project proposes 7 exterior wall sconces throughout the home. As mentioned in the prior proposal, an existing cherry tree was removed without planning approval and would require retroactive design review. A revocable license is requested for the private improvements within the Cove Road public right-of-way. These include replacing the existing sidewalk, curb, and gutter to meet the current standards. Materials and colors would include horizontal wood siding in a cloud white color, asphalt shingle roofing in charcoal, and white painted wood windows, doors, and handrails. The new fence at the front yard would be of natural wood. Staff has received one letter opposing the project from the McMullins at 33 Cove Road. This letter and supplemental pictures have been provided to the commissioners for your consideration. The project would be categorically exempt from CEQA. And as outlined in the staff report, staff believes the facts support the findings required and recommends the planning commission adopt the resolutions and recommend to city council approval of the revocable license. Thank you.
Thank you, Sammy. Does any commissioner have questions for staff? Kevin?
Just wanted to clarify, I think you said 2.5 feet forward towards Cove, and it's 2 feet, a half inch, I believe. Correct? It's not 2.5 feet. I think it's 2 feet, 1/2 inch, or half an inch.
That's
Is that right?
was
I just
my-
want to
yeah,
confirm that, yeah.
That's correct.
Okay. Can we hear from the applicant, please? Oh, help.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Sammy, for the technology help and a very thorough report. Very much appreciated. This is our second time, actually our third time getting together. I'm just going to go over the changes because I think we all know the project relatively well. This picture just shows the natural fence and the bougainvillea in the front. This is showing the story poles, which unfortunately was a cloudy day. And it's the same as last time. Our FEMA house main part aligns at this juncture perfectly with the neighbor. It's not above it. So what this is kind of showing us is the compression of the house, even though it's a FEMA house, our front aligns with the neighbor's front and is lower to the one to the right. This is the same thing we're showing last time, all the 2-story houses on this side of Cove Road. We're having the 1-story with the FEMA raise as the frontage, which again, I think is extremely important, but just showing how many actually have a 2-story frontage. Come on, Dean. Sammy, I might need you. We're stuck. Yes, please. Yeah, I think, yeah. Yeah, see, honestly. Oh, we have 2 slides. Okay, okay. This is a revised site plan, basically responding to your comments, showing the stair to the rear behind the garage, having all of basically the north side yard, eliminating the connection to 33 Cove Road, which you asked last time. Again, we're trying to work with our neighbor. Here's the floor plan showing the revision of the lower floor, getting rid of most of the windows except the one in the hallway, switching the stairs over to go up the different direction so we can move the massing up towards the front, and lowering the second floor space, which we'll talk about later. Here's the second floor space. We ended up with the hallway on the west side, switching everything, and then all the axes, which was a major give. Like, we're now staring, these two bedrooms are staring at a shopping mall instead of the view to TAM, et cetera. And that was the only way we could kind of move the massing forward. So this is a life of give and take. This was a pretty big give. This is kind of the interesting part, showing that our main house or our main living area is the exact same size or height as our old house, which had the ability to be 6 feet lower. The elimination of the windows to the south, having a high clear story for the lady who wanted next door. And again, it's the life of give and take. Same as above, it's the back with now the garage blocking, I think, was a pretty nice solution. Instead of just eliminating the stair in the north, we put it in the back. And again, that's a really important give and take for the neighbor. And as you can see, the two top bedrooms are facing the lovely Woodlands Market area. And here is just showing this one didn't change much. It just, we lowered the main one about a foot or exactly a foot, and we lowered the other one 2 feet 6 inches from the top. So we were really important. I think this streetscape is vitally important. I know people questioned it last time, but I think this is very, very important. Here's just showing our neighbor to the, basically the south, showing how both that house is stuck on the 5-foot property line going all the way across. It's 20 feet tall, and we didn't do that. Again, I want to reiterate, we did not put it, and so did our neighbor at 33. You look at their site plan, hovered 5 feet from the north line and created a courtyard. We stuck in the center because we knew of our height issue. Here's just a couple of our 3D pictures. This is one from our neighbor looking over. This is the back of their lot, but you can see our massing has moved forward, and the lower massing of the garage is directly adjacent to their courtyard. So Phoebe's going to go over the landscape plan. And the only other issue that we were analyzing is this house is rare in a sense that it was lot coverage that was our parameter. We could have added another 350 square feet, but we had lot coverage because our decks counted because they're over 4 feet tall. So this is kind of a rare new home in a sense of, we took about 300 square feet of massing out of the second floor. That could have by code allowed, and we did not do it just because we had and understood the massing issues of the lagoon area. And Phoebe will help describe the landscaping. Thank you so much.
Oh, okay. Okay, good evening, everybody. My name is Phoebe Holscher, and I am one of the architects on the team. And, you know, I'm basically going to repeat what Sammy said, so I'll just kind of go through it again in response to the previous comments and requests from you guys. We added those 3 magnolias, so evergreens in between the Dailies and the neighbors at 33. Also, we added 3 more magnolias along the alleyway and the Dailies, but I think it says 12 podocarpus along the rear easement, just creating a lot of green, a green belt. Let's see, sorry, need my glasses now. And then what we also talked about last time was moving the fence back off the road to create a little bit of a green buffer between the fence. So we not only changed the fence from white to natural, but we also created an 18-inch planter where we are proposing bougainvillea and some low shrubs ahead, below that. And we thought lavender would be nice along there. And I think that is most of the change. I think before we filled in the podocarpus hedge between 31 and 33 and as well on the south side. And then we also proposed some grasses along that deck off of the primary bathroom, which are in the drawings. We don't have that called out on the side, but those are going to be kind of coastal grasses, which we discussed before. And I think that's it for the changes that we made for landscape. Sure, you're welcome.
I just have an observation, and I think you can see it in your picture there with all the podocarpus, that there might be a drainage problem with the alleyway. And you can see these guys are swimming already, that at planting time, that is definitely considered so they don't drown. Okay, thank you.
Hi, thank you. A few questions. So, have you seen the new story poles from 33 Cove?
Yes.
Okay, and the owners have as well in like the last week or so since the new ones have gone up? Okay. What type of boat do you plan to store in the back? Like, how big will it be? Okay, how big will it be?
Here.
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Just, I'm curious about what size boat is gonna be. stored in
Small,
the back?
14, 15 foot.
Okay. Okay, okay. I'm also curious about the deck that's off the master bath. So it looks like the hot tub was removed from the plan. So I think it was included on one of the drawings. That may have been a mistake. It just got left on there. But I think the plan is that there will be no hot tub on that deck.
Correct.
Okay. I just am curious about the rationale for keeping it there off the bathroom since there's no hot tub there anymore. Is the plan to eventually down the road, like put an outdoor shower in or a hot tub?
It's
or-
just a space to, meditation garden, whatever you want to call it, just a unique space.
Okay.
So we're not, an undefined space.
Okay. I just think it's, you've got it right, kind of backing onto the kitchen living area, and because it's not being used for its original intent, it might be nice to connect it to the front of the house. Just a thought for you. Is there any plan to do any sort of repairing or repaving of your section of the alley?
I would like to, but it's a neighbor thing. We got to get everybody on the back alley to agree to some kind of investment and then repave it. The drainage issue will be probably the bigger problem. It's easy to repave it, but much more complicated to solve that. I don't know what the flavor my neighbors have about kicking in money to make that happen.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Super. Thank you.
Anyone else? I just had a quick question. On the garage, the width is 9.6, 9 feet, 6 inches.
Right.
Is that wide enough to get a car door open?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Right. And then the other question I had was, and I'm not sure about this, is that the alleyway, so the plantings you're doing in the back are not going to affect the ability of cars going up and down? Is there a width requirement for that alleyway?
Ones going out or the ones along?
Yeah, so that, yeah.
The magnolia.
Magnolias. So the magnolias and on the other side of the fence, you're
Right.
not encroaching into the.
No,
the
not
road
at
in
all.
any
Not
way,
at all.
is
I
what
mean,
I'm-
it's a single lane, which would be 10 feet, and we're far wider than that.
And I think the guidance is the other neighbors on the alley, that we do the same kind of thing that everybody else has done, so we don't go too far left or right and keep the main path open.
Okay, great, perfect. Yeah, that was the only questions that I had. It was just,
Super. Thank you.
okay. We'll open it up to the public. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on this project? Oh, and I'll turn on my microphone. Is there anyone here in the public that would like to speak on this project? Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Do I need to push the button or is it live?
It's on now.
Oh, good. David Ford, and I was here last time, so I called Barry a couple of days ago, and I asked him if, and I think it was Ashley's question, if either the architect or the owner had come over to their house to look at the story poles from their angle. And the answer was no. And honestly, that really surprises and disappoints me because we're here because they asked us to come and they're really upset. And they did get some changes which helped them out. But the mass of the building, and I think they're going to show you some drawings, the mass of the building is really going to impact them. And they've been there a long time. And the winter sun, when the sun is low in the sky, is going to be blocked by the house next door. And it just really seemed fixable. And so the biggest issue seemed to be to move that mass forward. And the architect mentioned a little bit ago that a lot of the houses on the street have the 2 stories to the front of the house. And honestly, maybe that would have been a good idea. And maybe just addressing it and looking at it and being collaborative, frankly, would have been a better idea than walking away from the meeting and making a couple of changes of, 2 feet, 2 feet, 1 inch, whatever it is, rather than looking at it from the neighbor's perspective. So I would like to encourage you to encourage them to look at everything from their house because it's going to have a huge impact on them. And they've been there a long time. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
I'm Roberta McMullen and I reside at 33 Cove Road. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank you once again for your precious time serving on the commission. Barry and I greatly appreciate that a few windows were changed and the door was moved to the back of the house. However, considering the results of the last meeting, that the design was not as successful in regards to the back portion of the house, Barry and I were surprised to see very little visual difference in the placement of the second story section. This is a photograph with the story poles, and we decided to put in white to show how the structure, when it's solid, what this is going to look like. We drew pencil drawings in, and it's pretty close because it was actual photograph and we just filled it in to give an impact. When you see it open air and blue sky, it's a completely different feeling. So this is what we did to show a solid edifice. This looming mass, flat mass over our deck, yard, and family room continues to dominate and overwhelm our historic cottage. Placed next to our yard and low deck, it is not balanced or harmonious with our home. It is a harsh situation to look at and to live next to. The change in the placement is a mere 2% of the overall length of the property. 2%. Another larger window was also added, which you can see in the smaller section. It was not there before. Granted, there are a few taken out, but another one was added. And this window looks directly in our family room, a bedroom, and our outdoor living areas, which our deck is right there. It's affecting our privacy once again. We want the owners to build a home. We really do. But Barry and I are losing a lot in this building process. We're losing sunlight, shade issues leading to major maintenance problems. The commercial property behind us has been exposed and will take years before it will be concealed. The overly massive second-story structure towering over our yard, and there are still windows affecting our privacy. The windows should be changed and the flat mass, which you see, minimized even more. Section 2004-130, minimizing bulk and mass, is being violated. Section 2004-160, window size and placement. There are other windows also, which we're not bringing up, 3 other windows that look directly into our bathroom, and we're going to deal with that ourselves. We're going to have to change our own window. This code is also being violated. The design review codes are in place for a reason. If current and future homeowners cannot be reassured that the codes are enforced, it doesn't bode well for the future of Belvedere. Belvedere is one of the most desirable places in our country to live. A lot of this people sitting in this room probably think it is the most. Belvedere deserves high expectations. It deserves no less. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Harry McMullen, 33 Cove Road. The staff report recommends looking at design alternatives, and that is what we request. Once again, there is no harmonious relationship with our historic property. Minimizing bulk and mass has been ignored. The massive white wall does not fit in with our small brown cottage. Imagine if this project was proposed next to one of the 4 cottages. How would the town feel about that? If these concerns are pushed aside, please give consideration to some adjustments. The plum tree that was removed should be replaced with a tall tree to restore the previous privacy. The window that faces our family room and rear bedroom should be replaced with a much smaller window for privacy. The new trees that are in temporary boxes will be several feet lower when they're planted. They will not help with the restoration of privacy that existed prior to trees being cut down. Planting boxes should be used to raise them above the ground. The alley soil becomes mud during the rainy season, and frequently new trees just fall over. I think above ground boxes would be helpful. These are things that should be done prior to the start of construction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, good evening. I'm Tandy Rubenstein Ford, and I'm going to be very brief because I spoke at the last meeting. But I just want to say, with such a large lot and a flat lot, I think there are many possibilities, design possibilities. And I think the height and the mass could easily be, tweaked to make it more palatable for the neighbors. I think that graphic that Roberta showed shows that it's going to be a solid white wall just looming over their property. So I really, we just finished a home a year ago, and we built on a lot 2/3 smaller than this lot and not flat, steep, very steep. And we had to change a lot of things, which we did willingly because our neighbors were concerned about them. And I would say if you want a future relationship with your neighbors, and you need to work with them, and you need to address the things that are very much of concern to them. Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Hello, Jerry Butler at 25 Cove Road. From our perspective, we have to see both sides of these. What's so interesting, as my wife and I were talking about it, we faced this exact same situation 30 years ago. We had just moved into 25 Cove Road, and all the cottages, there are 6 of them, which I think you know, all were similar roofs turned one way or the other, but otherwise they pretty well all had the same visual appearance of the street, and there was a neighborly situation. The neighbors worked together. That one's in my way, this one's in your way. The first of those to be injured was the DeMaria's house, which was directly adjacent to us. I was out of town at the time, but the house caught fire. And the fire department came, and nothing against the fire department, they did a great job, but those houses were old, and that house was up in flames like that. So in redoing it, they're kind of in the same spot as the Dailies are looking at a lot where the house has to be torn down. So they're starting with the same tabula rasa that the DeMaria's had. And we had a similar situation because we were brand new here. We had to come to Planning Commission because the house that was being built there looked like, I don't know, the Titanic. And our backyard would have been totally, we thought they'd rebuild the same house they had, or maybe a slightly larger house, but then they went with a huge 2-story house that extended way into the backyard, and it went lot to lot. And it looked like a warehouse. And we went to talk to them, but we were the new neighbors, and so we got blown off. So my first meeting with the Planning Commission, they're all new planning commissioners, you all from that time, I tried to present the situation and was told, it didn't seem like I got very far. So I went back and made it into a slide presentation. I actually made slides, put the slides up, shot a picture of what it looks like before, what it will look like, and just explained the fact we have 2 little children. Our backyard will be dark forever. It's coming right to the 5 yards away from us, and there's some kind of something. Well, it's kind of a testy meeting, but the Planning Commission came back and said, you guys have to change it. The neighbors are brand new. They make a very good point. And go build what you need to build, but make sure you don't have a neighbor who's going to lose everything they have. And they just bought the house. So begrudgingly, they removed that section of the house, built the rest of the house the same, but the section that overlooked our backyard, they just took it away or moved some of it forward. And since then, we've enjoyed a bucolic backyard that works. And so we see there is a way to do these things. Now, I can't say to do the same thing in this case, but I do see there was precedent for this with the same cottages on the same street in the same situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Nancy, is there anyone on Zoom? Okay, thank you. So before I close the public hearing, I have a question for the applicant or for the architect. Oh, there you are. So after listening to the comments, I want to ask, would it be possible to move that forward anymore? The,
No,
no,
it would not. Because we have the main space and the issue that we have, this is what we talked about last time, is if that goes over the main space becomes barely 8 feet, 9 feet tall, and you have the massing over that. So you basically would have a looming max height at the street.
which could bring in other neighbors not happy with that.
It's gonna bring everybody else. And we worked very hard. I mean, again, I think side yards are very tricky. You possess them because you moved like they did. They moved their house all the way to the north side of their lot. So then they have this side yard. It's only a 5-foot setback per code. That's why we had to center the house. We did not do what both our adjacent neighbors did, is put it all the way over to 5 feet and block all the south light. Our neighbor on the, basically to the south, has a solid wall. And to be honest with you, it's what you live with. It's a zoning parameter that you have to live with. In other words, if you want to protect a yard as an architect, you would then make it a 20-foot south setback so we could kind of work around it. And then the other parameter we had to deal with was lot coverage. So we did not put 300 extra square feet, not extra square feet that my client did not need on the top floor for the very reason that we didn't want the massing to go further back. We could have doubled the code. We could have doubled our massing. We took that completely away and had a deck in front.
Okay, so the next question is the window that you put, I believe it's in the hallway.
Yes,
Can we do something with that window?
yes, we can.
Okay.
We can do something with that.
Does any other commissioner? Yeah.
Yeah, just can you remind me the ceiling height on the entry when you walk in on the main floor?
It's 9 feet.
9 feet.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I, sorry, had one thing that I was going to bring up later, but since we're talking now, I would really like to see a tree put at the back corner where the cherry tree was removed.
Absolutely.
So this is for questions, not, yeah, that's okay. We all forget.
Yeah, we
Forget
all
roll call, forget, yeah, I
discuss.
know.
I can't do
It's
the
easy.
computer.
Comment too for, a couple people mentioned just barely any changes. And I want to just reiterate that the changes we made along that north side yard feel really significant to us. We have the upstairs and the main floor moved away from that 5-yard setback. So that's a nice little potential garden there. And I fought with our team discussion, I felt very strongly that we needed to keep a connection to that potential little garden. And I wanted to add a screenings for a door out to the side and down so that we could connect to that. And the team felt very strongly that we really wanted to honor the neighbor's request, get the stairs out of there, even if we try to screen it, which means that there is no connection between the interior of the house and that side yard that is a large side yard. We pulled away from them as much as we could. And then we planted evergreens. And there's no way to get there other than out and around the back or out and around the front. So I do feel like that's a significant move and change on our part. We also removed lots of windows that give north light, and that's all gone. We added that one window so that we could get some natural light into the back of the hallway. We kept it high so you don't see through it. And I just want to reiterate that those are significant changes to us. We really did listen, even if if the neighbors don't think we did listen, and we did everything that we possibly could to accommodate those concerns and to pull away and to remove the visual connection through windows and such. So I
Thank you.
just wanted to fill that in.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, I'll close the public hearing now and bring it back to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Lasky, would you like to lead off tonight, please?
This is really always difficult, particularly since the lots in this area and on the lagoon are very small. And the setback is very small. And when you have the FEMA also, it's very challenging because you have to, in addition to having a small lot, you have to raise the house. And when houses next to it have not been raised, it's a very challenging situation. I can see actually where this design has been adjusted quite a bit from the last review that we had. And there've been many requests that have been satisfied, in my opinion. The stairs, the neighbors did not want the stairs next to their house, so the stairs were moved in the middle of the back of the house. The garage was moved. A lot of windows have been taken out, and the existing windows up stairs were made clear story windows. The roof was lowered by, I think, 2.5 feet, and the house was also brought forward 2 feet. Additional landscaping, these magnolia trees will get much larger, and it's a great tree to put there, and it actually does block, but you know, I think you're going to take that window out anyway, but it would block that window from the other side. And also there are magnolias in the back. And I think the landscaping is going to make a huge difference with the front done, and the natural fence gives it that kind of really cottage feeling. And so does the lattice on the front porch. I think it's a very cottage feeling the way that it is. The podocarpus already looks tall, and yes, when it's in the ground, but it happens to grow very fast. So I think it will cover and give screenings to the parking lot. And the neighbors also could plant some screening on their side of the fence in the back, which would give them a little more screening. So with those comments, I'm finished.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, thank you. So I really appreciate the changes that have been made based on the last meeting. Since I missed it, I get to kind of look at this with fresh eyes, and I don't necessarily bring the baggage from the last meeting. So hopefully my perspective is helpful in that regard. But I really echo what Marcia said, that these FEMA compliant homes are really tricky to do well. And I think when you're in a situation like the one you're in, where you've got many older non-compliant homes, it makes it even more challenging to come up with something that's really successful. Because of the FEMA requirements, I think it really puts an additional burden on the design of the home to help mitigate the impact, which is that by definition, it's going to have more mass and bulk. And I think the question today is, are the changes that you've made enough to address the concerns from last time? Is it sufficient enough to mitigate the bulk and mass? I think the privacy concern has been reasonably addressed. But I know that the landscape was a concern last time. I think that more can be done there. Having looked at all of this with fresh eyes, having visited and seeing it from various perspectives, including from the neighbor side, I think that this iteration needs a little bit more refinement to meet all of the design review criteria. I think that a lot of trees have been removed or planned to be removed, and I agree that I would like to see something planted where I think it was a plum tree was taken out. I think too that you have a kind of large blank expanse kind of in the back. I think it's real grass, which is great. but you've got a deck out there and you're kind of like overlooking gravel in a garage. And I think that it would be nice to see some more done in terms of like verticality and getting maybe some more trees back there. I don't know if the intent is to use it for the dog, like as a dog run, but it might be nice to have some planting there. In terms of the front of the house, I think the maple is nice. I'm not sure how tall those are going to get. I would like to see some trees on either side, sort of screening and framing that sort of front porch area more. It's a very, what I would describe as kind of a street forward design. You've got your sort of outdoor living space like fronting the street, and because it's a FEMA home, it's kind of sitting up high and it's perched a little bit like a fishbowl. And I think because of that, it attracts attention to itself. And I think that landscaping here, additional landscaping by way of trees, maybe flanking, like I said, would do a lot to kind of screen it in and soften it. And also create some privacy for you, because I think that as much as you want to see the street and sort of create that conversation, if you will, you also want to have some privacy there. You know, like I said, I think more greenery and trees in various heights would be great. You know, I appreciate that the second story has been moved forward, the pitch has been lowered. I don't know if 2 feet is enough. I think it's still, because you've got all these pitched roofs and all these angles, that it really does feel like there's still a lot of mass and bulk. I think ultimately shifting the whole second story of the home forward would actually make a lot of sense, and it would allow you more windows, which you don't currently have. And I think that's taking away from the design of the home, and it, you know, would create more light and sort of air and space in those bedrooms upstairs. You know, like I said, it's really hard to do these types of homes well. But, you know, having said all of this, I certainly think that you're entitled to a second story. And I know that you sent some examples of other homes on the street that have that. And I think that's totally fair, but I think it needs to be rethought a little bit, reconfigured, so that things are a little bit more sort of strategically placed and, you know, notched in and out. I think some of the really successful FEMA homes I've seen tend to have points in them that really recede visually. So you're not sort of face on with a you know, one expanse. It's really kind of broken into a little bit more. Unfortunately, I cannot make the findings for this project at this point. But like I said, I certainly support your right to build and to have a second story. But I think some changes can be made to make it a little bit more palatable and work better in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Burke?
Thank you. I reviewed the applicant's revised plan and the staff report, visited the property again, as well as the neighboring property at 33 Cove. Spent time on Cove Road to assess the project in the context of the neighborhood and the surroundings, just as was shared earlier. I mean, looking at the other homes that had second stories. And I think overall, I very much appreciate that the Dailies and the architect responded to the commissioner's comments made at our last meeting, actually 2 meetings on the 21st and 28th of February. Specifically, as Commissioner Lasky outlined, reducing the building height, shifting the second story forward, relocating the exterior staircases, adding 6 magnolia trees, 3 of which will screen the property on the northern side, changing windows to clear story. To clear story windows. And so I feel like a lot of changes have been made, and I think they've done their best to address the concerns of the neighbors. That said, I'm also incredibly empathetic to the McMullins, who continue to be very disappointed in the height and scale of the second story of 31 Cove. What I shared with them earlier today is it's a very hard balance, and there is quite a bit of subjectivity to it in terms of how do we as a planning commission move the community forward and allow newer homes that might be of larger scale be built while creating or maintaining some level of harmony with the entire neighborhood, not necessarily every specific home. And I feel like when we look at where we are now, I mean, for me, it's like, if you look at this bold black line, that's where the existing roof height is of the existing home. And the thing that pops up above it that I circled is really what we're talking about, which is potentially incremental to what would have been, reasonably done. I mean, you could have built a 21-foot home straight along the property line, 5 feet from the property line. And so I feel like this is a measured way of allowing a house of larger scale be added to the neighborhood. It doesn't make everybody happy. It breaks my heart that the McMullins are still disappointed. But for me, I feel like this is a point of reasonable compromise. And so I can make the findings for design review.
Thank you, Kevin. Claire?
Thank you. I will not go into everything because I agree with a lot of the things that my fellow commissioners have said. I feel like that a lot of great changes have occurred that actually are more beneficial to the way the house looks now. The front of the house with the natural wood fencing and the additional planting, I think it really makes that overall front of the house looks more softened with the area and the houses around it. I also think that the changes with the stairs in the back was really the right choice, because that way it's at least out of the way of the McMullins on that side. And once again, the clear story windows, I think, work with the house and are more beneficial. I feel like there is this, issue with the mass, but I understand the concerns of the neighbors and the space of the house, because they have been living with a very small house for many, many years. And I do also agree with Kevin that the Dailies also deserve to have a house that they want in that area. And there are comparable sizes to the house that they're building. I don't believe that you could move this house forward more and have this plan work. I think that it works like it does. And so with the exception of adding that other tree where where the cherry tree was, I can make the findings.
Thank you. Commissioner Hart?
It's nice to go late because you don't have to say everything. You can just say, I agree with this or that. But I would like to say what my thoughts about it. And it's that originally we all have seen that this was a very small cottage compared to neighboring upgraded or not upgraded little houses on Cove Grove. And here we now have a new owner who has the right to build a home. And I must say, I am very happy to see all the changes, every single one that we asked the architect and the applicant to do, and they have been checked off here up on the dais, and they have been addressed. Maybe not to, as Kevin said here, to the expectation of the neighbor at 33. They might have been expecting a 10-foot shift or 6-foot drop and so on, but that is not in the design nor probably doable. But at least everything was addressed, and I am very happy for that. I have a few things that I would like to see maybe happening that could soften the impact, and that might be even the color choice. To have a stark white house, I have had one or have one being built next to me that was originally, I think, the same color, and now it's gray and white. And that makes an enormous difference. Suddenly it becomes softer and maybe not smaller, but more palatable. And then I also feel that, and this is just an observation, that the upstairs bedrooms, I do not see why the view has to go to the shopping center. You have no impact by keeping the larger windows going to the lagoon compared to the other side, but that's for the architect, just an observation. I think all the landscapes, the big magnolia trees in front of what was the old staircase and so on, I think they are gonna be big and dark green and will break up that big white wall that now doesn't have any windows on it, just the skylights in the stairwell. And the other, yes, there's a new angle because of stairs coming in next to the garage. That's an addition, but I think a very modest one to make the change of not having this outdoor staircase that I know was alarmingly upsetting to the McMullins, because they could anticipate people running up and down those stairs and making noise and so on. Instead, now you'll have a peaceful courtyard with no access, with just big trees growing in it, which I think it's a huge advantage. We also have the noise-making hot tub area, or the hot tub eliminated, that's gone. And I can see that it is nice to have a little deck outside the bathroom, whether you dry your towels there or whatever, but I don't see any problem with that deck remaining there. My other comments would be, let's see here. I was just listening so much to my fellow commissioners, I forgot what I was going to say. No, I think that is about it. I have to say the only thing I can see to change, because I don't see the height or the placement of the upstairs being doable. I can just see maybe a more subdued color, even in the front picket or the front fencing. We don't maybe need to have it white and attention screaming. But with all that, I must say that I can make my findings.
Thank you. So I visited the site, met the applicants, the homeowners, and read the very well done staff report. Thank you, Sammy. And without belaboring what all my fellow commissioners have said, that the hardest thing for us as commissioners is to work with FEMA compliant homes when they are built next door to non-compliant homes. And that raising of the height throws everything off scale. And unfortunately, we try our hardest to address it. But I have had several friends on the lagoon who have had FEMA compliant homes go in next to them. They've been very unhappy. And but now that the house is built and the vegetation has come in, those feelings have gone away and they've become friends with the neighbors. It's a hard thing to make a choice between neighbors, but I think it was very well said by several commissioners here already that the Dailies do have the right to their home, and they have addressed all of the issues we brought up in our last meeting. And as I discussed with Mr. Hochler, that if we move the mass and bulk to the front of the street, then we open the possibility of someone on the other side who hasn't said anything come in and not want that. And I think that the changes the architect team made did address our original meeting concerns. And I think Commissioner Burke was the most eloquent this evening when he said that it truly breaks his heart that the McMullins are not getting what they want. And I feel the same way, that it's really hard not to be able to give everybody what they want. But unfortunately, we're tasked with this decision policy. And so with that, I will say I will be able to make all three motions. And what I've heard so far, as far as additional conditions, is it a cherry or a plum tree?
It was a cherry.
It was a cherry. Okay, thank you. A cherry tree to be replaced. And then also, which this is already addressed, but it's some additional landscaping, but that's already in there with final landscape and lighting plan. And then was to adjust the size of the window in the hallway. And then what about the color? I mean, should I open this up and ask them if they would consider it, or should they just consider it? What do we do? Okay. Is there any other commissioners that would want to see the color changed, or is it no? Okay. No. Well, if you decide going down the road that you want a different color, you can always get a design review exemption done on that. If as you go on, there's another color that catches your eye, that's not brighter white. Okay. So with those additional conditions added into the resolution, may I have a motion?
Yes. I move to adopt the resolution granting demolition permit to demolish the existing 1,048 square foot residence and carport at 31 Cove Road.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Yes.
Commissioner Slimaker,
Yes.
Commissioner Storrs is recused, Commissioner Hart,
Yes.
Commissioner Lasky,
Yes.
Vice Chair Johnson, Chair Carapiet.
Yes.
6-0 with one recusal.
Motion number 2.
I move to adopt the resolution granting design review for the proposed residence at 31 Cove Road, including an additional cherry tree in the backyard, in the corner.
Well, yeah, just say as defined, because there's the window too.
Yeah.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Yes.
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 No, I think it was
No,
5.
no, Ashley was no.
1 no.
Motion 3, please.
Yes, I move to recommend to the city council approval of a revocable license for private improvements located in the public street right of way at 31 Cove Road.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Yes.
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 Yes. Great, congratulations, and our apologies to the McMullins. Thank you. Moving on to item number 3, 53 Alcatraz Avenue. Can we have a staff report, please, Sammy?
Thank you again, Chair Carapiet and members of the Planning Commission. For your consideration this evening is an application that is being continued from the January 2023 Planning Commission meeting. The applicant requests demolition permit, design review, and variance at 53 Alcatraz for residential addition, rear deck expansion, and other site improvements. The residence is centrally located on a 4,400 square foot parcel in the R1C zoning district. The site is adjacent to single-family homes in all directions, and Corinthian Lane, a city lane, abuts the site to the south. The site is developed with a single-story residence and detached garage. The existing site contains a 704 square foot residence and 546 square foot detached carport. The project would convert the carport into a two-car garage and add 576 square feet to the main residence, connecting both structures. The project would expand the existing 313 square foot deck to become 444 square feet. A 5-foot 10-inch privacy fence would be added at the northern side of the property. A new entry gate and arbor would be added as well. The applicant has modified the plans seen by the Planning Commission from the January meeting. The primary change is removal of the proposed roof deck and associated staircase. Removing the roof deck and roof terrace would reduce the project's floor area 280 square feet, creating a total square foot of 1,780. The project proposes a maximum roof height of 24 feet above existing grade at the rear roof parapet. The garage would be approximately 16 feet and 8 inches from existing grade. The project proposes 3-layer stucco siding in a beige color, horizontal composite wood, and stone veneer siding. The roof canopies would be steel framed and painted a dark bronze. The east elevation shows the existing and proposed residence from Bellevue Avenue. The west elevation would include 5 clear-story windows, a glider window, 1 casement window, and 2 slider doors. The windows and doors will be made with an aluminum or fiberglass trim in an ebony color. The project proposes to plant creeping fig at the front and left side yards. Lavender will be planted at the front and rear, and silver sheen will be planted at the front, side, and rear yards. The silver sheen at the northern side yard would have a maximum height of 6 feet. The project proposes 8 wall-mounted downlights at the garage, entry, deck, and patio. 1 ceiling-mounted downlight at the exterior above the master bedroom. 3 ceiling-mounted downlights would be placed at the deck, and 12 recessed step lights will be placed at the stairs and at the front steps. The project would remove 2 coastal live oaks, one being 21 inches in diameter at breast height and is considered a visually significant tree in Belvedere. The city arborist did survey the tree and found it to be a visually significant oak tree and to be in good health. The project would require a demolition permit as it proposes to demolish 56% of the roof and walls of the main structure. When more than 50% of a structure is demolished, the city requires that the structure conform to the current zoning standards. Here, the existing deck is within the rear yard setback and would need to be placed outside of the 10-foot rear yard setback or request a variance to have the deck remain. The applicant requests a variance to keep the existing location of the rear deck and to enlarge the deck 93 square feet to further into the 10-foot rear yard setback. One finding required for a variance is whether or not a special circumstance applies to the property. This can include the size or the shape. For the commission's consideration, staff notes the surrounding lot sizes in the vicinity are generally larger than 53 Alcatraz. In 2008, 53 Alcatraz was subdivided from 49 and 51 Alcatraz, creating two substandard size lots. A second finding required to grant a variance is whether the variance will grant a special privilege inconsistent with the limitations upon other properties. Staff notes that the surrounding deck sizes within the vicinity ranged from 1,200 square feet to 351 square feet. The project proposes a 444 square foot deck. Also for the commission's consideration tonight, the roof eave bordering Corinthian Lane would sit approximately 1.5 feet into the 5-foot side yard setback. The applicant has revised the drawings to move the eave outside of the setback to conform with the zoning standards. Staff has received 9 neighborhood noticing memos in support of the project and one concern from the abutting neighbor at 51 Alcatraz regarding an off-street parking space. Both owners have been made aware that they will have an opportunity to discuss the parking situation tonight. The project would be categorically exempt from CEQA. And as outlined in the staff report, staff believes the design review and variance findings can be satisfied and the planning commission adopt the resolutions for the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Sammy. Does any commissioner have questions for staff at this point?
I have one question.
I'm sorry, my mic wasn't on, so people on Zoom didn't hear me. Does any commissioner have comment for staff at this point?
Yes,
Marcia?
I do.
Is your mic on?
Yes.
Okay.
Sammy, what does that mean when the lot is a substandard size? What does that mean concerning the development of it?
The standards for Corinthian Island are 7,500 square foot minimum lot size. When the lot was divided, it turned into a substandard lot. It was smaller than the minimum required for the site on Corinthian Island.
Is there any criteria that applies to that because it's substandard? No?
Just that it's smaller than
Okay.
what we require. I mean, what we have in the zoning.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Please.
You said that the applicants will be able to discuss the parking question. What's the city's point of view? Anne?
This is a difficult situation. I've spent some time talking about this with Sammy and then more time speaking with the chair and the vice chair on this exact issue. Apparently, a lot line adjustment that was done in 2016 created an impediment to the owner of 4951 accessing their parking space. The area that led to that parking pad became part of the other parcel 53. Under the normal circumstances, we would have required an easement be conveyed to the owner of 4951 to allow access for parking. However, for reasons that we frankly don't know, that was not done at the time. The two parcels were owned by the same people. And sometime later, when they sold what is now 4951, they entered into an agreement with the purchaser that gave the purchaser a period of a time when they could continue to use that access, a license agreement. I read the document more closely this afternoon, and it appears that the license agreement contemplated that the owner of 4951 would build their own parking structure at some point within the term of that licensing agreement. I'm not sure if that's happened or not, but in any event, apparently when the current owner of 4951 purchased the property, they were aware of this problem, that the access to their then parking space on their newly purchased lot was part of their neighbor's property. We would like to see the parking access preserved. However, it's a rather murky issue. And we could, the commission could conceivably ask under the design review chapter for the owner of Fort 53 to preserve that access. I can't tell you right now if we could compel them to do so. I haven't had enough time to research it.
But just to clarify, so there isn't an easement or anything on file that would grant that access to 49 and 51 in perpetuity?
There is
Currently.
not currently, no.
Thank you. Larry? Oh, sorry.
Can I ask a question? And it's the English language. Omitted or removed, are they in this instant meaning the same thing, or is it like in any other? One is forgotten, kind of left out, and the other one is willfully taking it out.
I caught the omitted language also. Congratulations, you're well equipped to go to law school for noticing that. Not sure that's a good thing, but we'd welcome you. So with that, that was ambiguous to me, honestly. I then saw later documentation from, I believe it was 2021, that indicated that for reasons, again, that we don't know, planning staff at that time deliberately left off that requirement. They did not enforce it.
That was in 2016.
I'm sorry, was it? Well, in 2016, it was omitted. I thought there was later paperwork, but in any event, it was clear, there's paperwork that confirms that it was done deliberately, and we don't know why.
Okay.
So thank you. I was going to ask questions about that too, but couple of quick questions. I noticed a lot of the letters that came in were supporting a rooftop garden deck. That's not part of this project. I couldn't find that in there. So I was wondering why all those were supporting that for this project. Is that an error or something? I'm just, it's not in the plans, so we're not planning a rooftop garden.
That would have been an error on our end, taking it in. I know that Matt submitted, I believe, submitted to the neighbors the first time, and I think used the same letters on this application as well for the revisions.
So he just resubmitted the letters he got the first time is what you're
That's-
saying?
And changed the date.
And changed the date. Okay.
Okay. And question I think I asked you, and I hope you got an answer, is the variance for the deck. I didn't see any statistics about other decks in the area. Are they in the setbacks or not?
I looked into it, and it was, I didn't have enough information. It was very difficult to get information on all the different decks that are in the setbacks. Because I took it from the assessor's information, the deck sizes. So when I went to each file, it was hard to get actual plans showing the decks and the setbacks.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, may we please hear from the applicant?
Need help? Shouldn't be already. You got it. Are you gonna go? Yeah, the top one.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Matt Peterson. I'm the architect of 53 Alcatraz.
I'm pleased to present to you and the community of Belvedere here in attendance, the proposed remodel of 53 Alcatraz. As you know, this project was presented at the January hearing, and we appreciate the valuable feedback and comments you provided at that time. With the revisions in the submittal, we have made significant changes that demonstrate our sincere effort to satisfy all of your comments and concerns. As a credit to the commission and the planning process, we believe these changes have made the project better, and we're excited to share them with you today. Belvedere is a truly special place, but for my clients, Tony Sutherland and Michael Conte, they cherish it not only for its idyllic beauty, but because having a home in this serene town brings them closer to family. And though this project is small in scale, the modest improvements we propose with this remodel will finally allow them to host an aging mother, children, and grandchildren in a location that is convenient for all. The project scope, as Sammy noted, includes a 576 square foot expansion of the existing home, which adds a new master bedroom, a bath, extends the living and dining area, adds a powder room and entry. This project also expands the existing deck 224 square feet, for which we are requesting a variance to expand 93 square feet within the rear yard setback. We are seeking this variance in part because it is in a substandard lot, and moving the home to accommodate a deck is difficult in these situations. We're also seeking the variance so that if keeping the house in its location, we can provide necessary egress around the kitchen and living area through the deck and around the expanding footprint of the home. The expansion of the deck within the setback will also allow the owners to utilize a modest deck area in the rear yard, which is a privilege enjoyed by neighboring properties within the same zoning classification. This project also converts the 500 square foot open air carport into an enclosed garage. And finally, the project will include a conversion of the basement storage area into a 793 square foot ADU, which will be used for hosting their family. The existing house and carport were built in 1955 with no known architect of record. The existing house has a meager 640 square feet of interior space. And since its construction, the structure has not been enlarged, nor have there been any significant architectural improvements. The existing structures are clearly in need of an update to suit the owner's needs, and they simply want to turn this small and adequate structure into a modest family home. The expansion of the home will connect the house to the garage. A master suite will be added to the west of the garage. A new hallway from the garage will intersect with the new entry, which will align with the living area. The living area will be expanded slightly to the south, and in total, the remodel will provide 1,280 square feet of livable area. As previously noted, we are proposing to expand the deck within the setback as shown here in the highlighted yellow. And as I said, it will allow the necessary egress around the kitchen and living area. And you can see that better here. It'll also allow the owners the privilege of enjoying a rear yard deck, which is also enjoyed by neighboring properties. As you can see from the existing photo to the proposed rendering, this project will not only bring a much needed update to the existing structure, but will be a complement to the charming character of the Corinthian Island neighborhood. Careful consideration has been made throughout the process to craft architectural elements and features to provide visual interest from the public streets and neighboring properties. Stepped massing, as well as horizontal and vertical variations in materials, ensure that all facades of the residence are visually complementary to the site and add visual interest to the neighborhood. The aluminum frame windows and doors in the ebony color seamlessly integrate with the dark bronze metal coping and flashings, and the larger window openings and doors are thoughtfully articulated with horizontal mullions and divided lights. Suited to the context of Belvedere, the primary materials chosen for this project are natural and of warm earth tones. The 3-layer stucco in light beige defines the primary massing and with accents of horizontal composite wood shiplap painted copper brown. Vertical elements of Santa Barbara stone located at the connections of the house to the garage link the composition together. Careful study has been made throughout the design process to ensure that all sides of the home add visual interest to the community. At the January hearing, we were asked to make a few revisions, including to remove the roof decks and create a more robust landscape planning plan. We were also asked to look at preserving the significant oak tree between the carport and the garage. Where possible, we were happy to oblige the commissioner's requests and are pleased to share our new design, which has removed the roof decks and significantly added to the number of plantings on all sides of the house. The removal of the roof decks and the associated roof pergola have reduced the bulk and massing to further maintain a scale more appropriate to the context of the site and the neighborhood. I should mention here too that there's been some discussion about potentially going to a second story scheme, but we feel that it's important that the proposed remodel is suited to the site and remains one level, not only because it suits my client's needs, but also because we believe that it's a better fit for the context of the neighborhood. Also, the neighbor to the north, we're allowing as much light to get past our building to their home as possible. Revisions to the first submittal include adding extensive plantings to the landscape plan. 54 English lavender, 46 Pittosporum silver sheen will be planted on all sides of the property to screen the appearance of the facades and provide privacy for the owners. The new landscape plan also adds fig vines at the corners of the garage that will be trained to grow along the garage wall adjacent to the lane. This will soften the appearance of the garage and add a lovely natural texture to that lane. Sammy noted much of this. I'll cover it quickly. With the changes to the landscape plan, we've also revised the exterior lighting design. Most notably, we've reduced the number of soffit-mounted light fixtures. At the recommendations of Commissioner Storr, we also moved the location of the L4 light fixtures so that they now face the building. And the intent of this and the overall result of this is that we believe we've significantly reduced the amount of light pollution and created an efficient and low impact lighting design. We also, in looking at preserving the oak tree, quickly found that it was a challenge to develop on a small densely vegetated site. And we did consider one option, which allowed the owners to expand on the main level within the prescribed lot coverage limits while preserving the tree. In this option, we created a tree well around the oak. So unsure of the fire implications, fire safety implications for this option, I shared this plan with the Tiburon Fire Marshal, Mike Lantier. Mr. Lantier was kind enough to preliminarily review these plans, and he did confirm that this would create an unacceptable fire safety risk. In my communications with Mr. Lantier, he expressed his concerns with any proposal that would create structural improvements communicated around the existing tree. And ultimately, he recommended removal of the tree, citing substantial safety improvements as the basis. Mr. Lantier has been gracious enough to join us this evening, and he's eager to answer your questions related to the proposed improvements of these structures, as well as speak to the general fire safety standards that are evolving with the changing climatic conditions. And so while we would love to keep the tree, we ultimately concluded that it's not feasible to preserve the tree and develop with the site within the prescribed zoning limits, while at the same time meeting the fire safety requirements as determined by the fire marshal. So in closing, I want to again thank the commissioners and the city staff, whose comments and guidance through the planning process have resulted in substantial improvements to the project. We would also like to recognize the community in that they've provided substantial support for the project, as we've collected 9 memos of support from Corinthian Island neighbors. We're confident today that this project meets and exceeds the design review criteria for Belvedere, and we respectfully ask that the commissioners approve our application and allow the owners, Tony and Michael, to realize their vision for a modest home that will enrich not only their lives, but the greater community of Belvedere. With that, I'll turn it over to Tony. She has some comments.
Thank you all for coming to the house and checking everything out.
You're welcome. So before I take questions from the commission, could we hear from Mr. Lantier so he can go home?
Thank you, Commission, for having me. Mike Lantier, Fire Marshal, Tiburon Fire. This was a very unique project for me to review, in that the world I came into in my fire career did not involve this much vegetation back in the day. Now, of course, it is front and center on everyone's minds, unfortunately, thanks to climate change. So I'm a big fan of oak trees. I want to be very clear. Preservation of trees is a priority for us. And this was an interesting one where I know that the commission takes a lot of consideration in your visually significant tree. But the proposal of a well, if you will, around a tree just struck me as it kind of goes against most of what we're trying to create in California with defensible space and moving structure or keeping structure separated from trees and not having this communication. So, and I also want to bring to the commission, both here in Belvedere and in Tiburon, that Corinthian Island is a very special place, not only to live, but also to defend. And it is very tight up in Corinthian, and our operational plan is very significant. It's one of the most significant I've ever seen in my fire service career of 20 years. And so improvements to structure where we're going to now gain fire sprinklers and vegetation management plans is what we want to see on Corinthian, both on the Belvedere and Tiburon side, because access is so tight up in there. So this was an opportunity for me to take a chance to kind of marry the two worlds together and understand that as much as I want to preserve trees, especially oak trees, which are native, and I know the commission loves trees, Nina. I also wanted to kind of just bring to that I'm not trying to take a side here. I stand for safety. I stand for the protection of this beautiful peninsula. But I also felt compelled to kind of explain myself a little bit for what may appear as a challenge to the commission. I'm not challenging you. I completely respect your decisions. But when we try to envelop a structure around a tree, we've gone away from that, I guess, in terms of what the fire service is trying to do for defensible space. And I was also thinking long-term maintenance, ember cast, all these new factors that are now coming to our attention as we learn more and more about these unfortunate firestorms. So that is kind of the basis of why I wanted to come tonight. And I also wanted to also be available to you for any type of fire safety question, concern, both here in the meeting setting, but also at the station. So please feel free to contact me. I hope this explains a little bit. I welcome any questions anyone would have, if that makes any sense.
Any questions? Okay, thank you very much for coming this evening, and thank you for your service.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so Matt, can we have you back up? Because I'm sure there's some questions for you. Does anyone have questions for the architect? Larry? Yeah, I have some too.
I have several. So, I was looking at the drainage plan C2. And C2 it's actually the older prior version, but what concerned me was down on Bellevue Avenue. You're building a retention facility there for distribution of the runoff. So we got a wall there that exists along the road that's 5 feet high, and then you're proposing another 3 feet high structure, 2 of them, and about 12 feet long, I guess. I just was wondering, would it make more sense to build that on the south side of the house where you have the ADU stairs? You can pull it away from the street. And I guess it's a two-part question. I'm not sure why, I don't understand why you wouldn't use the lane for access to the ADU instead of building a whole other set of stairs there that parallel the lane. So it's sort of a two-part question, but
Sure.
it struck me that you might be able to move that away from the street somehow.
Yeah, I think that is that's a good suggestion. We could definitely look into the, the practicality of sizing a retention pond there next to the ADU. The question is, as far as the stair access from, the deck and as opposed to going directly into Corinthian Lane, I think we had a while back, actually, I had proposed that, and I think we talked, Sammy, a little bit about that, and it would have required a revocable license. And for reasons, that I also felt like that might impact the existing oak tree in that area, trying to put an access stair to Corinthian Lane there. I guess originally I'd considered a concrete stair, and that concrete stair would have potentially impacted the roots of this large existing oak next to Corinthian Lane. So those are all,
I can't say I paid attention that close to the location where the entry would have to be. I don't know if it'd be possible to put this underneath the proposed stairs. Are they in the air, or is there's some?
yeah, they're metal frame stairs, so they would be in the air.
Okay, well, then on L 2.01, on the landscaping, looks to me like you got basically a 12-foot hedge going around down the lane along Bellevue Avenue, and then from Bellevue Avenue up between your neighbor and yourself. I don't know if the intention is to have that 12 feet high, but we tend to call that a fence, and then we require you to get a written approval from the neighbor that they're okay with it going that high. And the plantings say that they'll grow that high. I know you may say you're going to maintain them, but the problem is they can grow that high if they aren't maintained.
I think that's a problem with a lot of landscaping. You have to maintain it in order to keep it at a manageable height. So I'm not sure that the specifications for the plantings simply listed their maximum height, was not an indication that we intend to, or the client, Tony intends to grow them to 12 feet tall. And I made the change that I hope would address that comment on the latest revisions to the plan, which indicate that these pittosporum along the shared property line would be maintained at 6 feet tall, or what is typically considered the max height of a fence in Belvedere.
6 feet.
Yeah, but as we know, they grow beyond that. What do we do to ensure that happens? That always seems to be an issue.
So I believe that if we put a condition in that it's 6 foot, then it becomes an enforcement issue. Is that correct?
Okay.
Isn't it already part of the code? Isn't it already part of the code that there's a 6 foot limit? Yes. So do you need a condition or? No, it's a hedge. Yeah.
Yeah, there is.
There is. 6 feet.
Same as a fence. They're considered a fence.
But then it just becomes an enforcement issue.
Right, which is, I think, the point you raised is.
Yeah.
Enforces it.
Yeah. well,
Anywhere on.
Yeah.
Or in the community.
All right. On A 3.01. That big window out of the master bedroom. It's marked H. That, when I stood there and looked at that, it looks directly into the neighbor's house next door. They have a big glass front door window. And there's no screening, there's no existing screening.
Are we looking at A301?
Yep. H is that big window that's,
So that, just see, we're both on the same page. That looks at 74 Bellevue. They've signed a letter of approval and that looks at the back door, basically.
back door, that's their entry door, their main entry door,
Well, it's like a carport.
right on their carport. So I guess my question is, would it make sense to put in a frosted window or maybe even a celestial window there? Because I mean, the other problem I see is people walking down the lane can look in the master bedroom. So there's sort of a privacy thing for the client. Maybe you want to look at a celestial window or something that would limit that exposure.
Yeah, I see your point. I guess the height differential between the Corinthian Lane, the idea being that there's a fence or a wood guardrail that kind of creates that level of privacy between this, master bedroom and Corinthian Lane. But we could look at maybe revising the sill height of that window. I know it was important to the clients. They really love this perspective of getting this angular shot out of their master bedroom, looking at because you do get a really beautiful view out to the bay from that location. If you've ever stood in the center of that site and looked that direction, you'll see that there's.
I can appreciate that, but I think people can look back in too, so.
Mhm.
It's sort of a privacy issue, I think, but, and sort of all on the same lines, the privacy fence between 53 and 51, there's a window in that fence. And I'm assuming it's there so that when you're sitting in the hot tub, you can look out at Mount Tam or something, I'm not sure. But it looks right across the neighbor's private deck there. And so I would think it makes sense to remove that and just enclose that. It's on, sorry, it's on,
Maybe see it better in the rendering.
yeah. Can't see it so well in the rendering, can you? Which rendering do you have that shows it?
There was one rendering. I think there's one rendering that shows it. Yeah, it's going to be A 0.08, the second image.
I'm sorry, I can't find it, but I can see it in the plans that there's a window there.
Here, there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, if you look at a plan, look at a plan too. Look at L 2.01. You look at L 2.01, you draw a line from the tub out through that window, it goes right across 51's deck. Deck. I can only assume the idea is you're sitting in the tub, you can look out at the.
That's the idea, yeah.
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 Well, likewise, your neighbor can sit out there on their deck and look at you in the tub. It's a privacy issue. On that 3.03, A 3.03, just the light that's above the sconce light that's above the hot tub. I was just wondering if we could move that down so it's hidden by the fence, the privacy fence, so the
Absolutely,
neighbor
yeah.
doesn't see it. You know, when they come out their front door, that's going to be right in their face. So
Absolutely.
and just a quick question on that same sheet, is the ADU has a doorway down there?
That's
What's
a
the
mechanical access.
Oh, it is?
Mechanical room.
Okay, good. I wondered what it was for. And so now to the hard problem was I was trying to understand, you drew a parking spot, outdoor parking spot on,
Bless you.
A 1.01.
It's on the site plan, a 1.00.
Yeah, 1.00.
Where is it?
Yeah, but what's before it?
It's out of order, I think.
Is it deeper in here? Oh, there it is. Okay.
No. Yeah, that's it. A101?
Oh, one. Yeah, okay. So you're showing that parking spot and it's kind of a strange location. And it's clear to me, I looked at that closely when I was up there. But this is the issue we were talking about. The neighbor parked in their spot. They hang out over the existing property line. You wouldn't be able to use that spot. So there's a conflict between the two parking spots, obviously. Although I see you parking your car perpendicular to this, or people are perpendicular. They're
That's-
hanging out in the road, I guess.
Yeah, so I guess there's a difference between what I'm graphically just demonstrating as a legal parking space in the site plan versus how it's used. So I think that Tony and Michael park differently than actually how I've drawn this. I'm just showing that, you know, in terms of what the project has is one parking spot off street and two within the garage. I just use the graphic standard of 18, or actually in this case, a 19-foot long parking space by 8 feet wide to show that, you know, can fit within from the roof, or sorry, from the street curb to the end of the pavement within the property.
So I mean, it's so strange to, how do you
I
get into
see.
that parking spot? You know,
have to
it's,
back
you almost
in.
have to go up Alcatraz and then back into it, I guess, a 3-point turn. And if she has her car parked there next door, there's no way you're gonna be able to do that in that location. I don't know how we're gonna solve this issue. But maybe we'll talk about it some more later. And the other thing I know I passed on, I was concerned about light pollution. You got this high windows on the ADU and on the upper floor. And so how the internal lights will shine down into the cove area and down on the road and so forth. So I was just curious how much you've thought about how you could limit that pollution. We have a problem on the lagoon too.
Sure, I think with that, the idea would be to limit the amount of lights you have higher up, just as you suggested, to lower the sconce light next to the hot tub. So
But
you would
these
have-
are internal lights. These are the ones in your
Well, that's where you
living room.
introduce
and-
pendants and chandeliers, as opposed to, you know, mounting ceiling mounted lights in a tall ceiling space. And so thereby you can kind of limit the amount of light pollution by just lowering the light fixtures, pendants, chandeliers. So yeah, we can address that.
Anybody else have questions?
Does anyone else have questions for the architect? I have a question. Oh, my question relates to those pre-filled out forms that were circulated in January or December, whatever, and then reused for this project. Who filled out those comments on those filled out forms? Did you put those comments in, or the owner did?
The owners, you know, that was their, they made the effort to collect the comments from their neighbors.
No, but they didn't just collect comments from the neighbors. They actually told the neighbors what they wanted them to say. They pre-filled in the handwriting that they approved the plans with the roof deck, or however it was announced. So I think the purpose of that form is for neighbors, if they choose, to either be for the project, or against the project and not have to be forced to have words put in their mouths of what should be said. And we've seen it now on a couple of projects. And I've actually heard from people in the community that were concerned about people actually telling them what to say on the form. And when it gets to that point, I think it it should become a concern for all of us that that form's not being used for the purpose it was meant to be. And it puts neighbors in an awkward position. So I think that's something we need, not just bringing it up for you specifically, but that is something that I think we need to work on at the city level, that we don't have applicants and or anyone else doing what some people have called a campaign for a project, that it's kind of, we see it and we kind of discard it a bit because we know somebody put the words in their mouth and it's not exactly how they feel. So I just wanted to bring that up in the public record, that that's probably something we should work on with applicants so that they know that's kind of frowned upon. So the other question I have, and I don't know what page it's on, but it has to do with the deck that leads to the hot tub down the side.
L202.
Yeah, A201, I think is a good one. It looks like the deck goes into the side setback. Is that deck over 4 feet tall?
The deck goes into the side yard setback?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. You have the ADU setback.
I think, yeah, oh, that's
And
interesting.
then it
I see what you're
goes-
saying. So
yeah, yeah.
because there's a transition from what's the ADU to there's maybe a small triangular portion of that deck that
Mhm.
needs to be revised.
Yeah, so does that,
Well, I think if we're talking about the same, it's literally the section of deck between the ADU setback and the side yard setback, and also north and east of the foundation wall or the edge of. Where do you see that?
right here. Yeah, but here's the side setback. Yeah.
It's right there,
So
right?
it goes over towards the ADU setback.
I guess what I would say is that is actually less than first of all, it's less than 4 feet above grade.
It's less than 4 feet tall?
Yeah, because it's literally sitting. It's just the continuation of the decking material over grade. You know, the sleepers would be essentially at grade at that point.
Okay, so that doesn't need a variance?
Yeah, Chair Carpia, we looked at this section, that sliver, and it was confirmed less than 4 feet,
Okay.
which is why we.
Okay, all right, great. And so I guess we're going to talk about the parking again. When I look at this, where are the pages that had the parking? Here we are, R200. You know, you don't have, you have the property line, but you didn't show where 53's parking pad
If we look at the
comes
survey that.
down, and if that car is going to have to cross her path or not.
Sure. If you look at the survey,
Oh,
it may show, I guess, I thought you were just trying to find a general drawing that showed both conditions. But yeah, I didn't show. I guess, you know, just to, we're only interested in demonstrating that we have parking on, you know, or for the, for this presentation, I was simply demonstrating the one off-street parking space is accounted for within the, the property lines of 53 Alcatraz. But if you want to see the condition of, I think, everything along Alcatraz, you go kind of forward in the set. We should have a survey drawing.
Is so for the ADU, so there's two parking in the garage and then there would be one off-street parking. Is that, the ADU requires one parking, correct?
I think it is because it's not within a half a mile of a
So,
transit center hub.
so in order to
whatever they call
approve the ADU, it requires to have one parking spot dedicated, correct?
For the ADU, correct?
But could that one parking be one of the spots in the garage?
Yes.
It could, okay, so having three is technically one extra than is required.
Correct. It would be necessary to have the third parking spot.
It would be or would not be? So then you're saying you need 3 spots total, or for forget about the ADU, for just the house, you need 1 or 2?
2.
Two.
So you need 3 total.
3 total.
Got it.
And is that a legal parking spot, how it is?
Currently drawn.
Is it drawn correctly? I mean, it's, you know, it's kind of, doesn't really have the dimensions there, and I'm just concerned that we have an issue, and now are we creating a bigger issue? That what I'm, after being there, that as they back up, are they gonna have to cross over, even if it's a little slice of 53's
41.
pad, then they're gonna need an easement from 53 to get into their parking space. So do you see where I'm going?
Yeah.
Right, good, somebody
But I
does.
think it's also just the physics of it. I don't think you can park 2 cars there. So if one's going in, you know, as drawn by the architect, I don't think in a car's parked there, the 4951 wouldn't be able to enter that spot unless they can move their car sideways. I mean, there wouldn't be room to get into their spot because they have to cross. Yeah, I mean, I think there are cars that do go sideways, but I mean, so the parking is what is decided about 49 and 51's right or not to access to that spot determines whether or not they'll have a parking spot to meet the ADU requirement.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So can we talk, since this is related to the ADU, since that's what's requiring the parking lot spot, and you're gaining 1 foot because you're putting the ADU into the 4-foot setback rather than a 5. What if you were to just get rid of the ADU, and just make that part of the home square footage? And then we get rid of the third parking spot requirement. I mean, I'm not sure what the purpose of the ADU is. But it seems like it's causing problems.
I can do the quick math on that. I think.
Was it a 10-foot? That's a 10-foot setback, not 5. huh? Okay.
So I
Forget
think
that. Forget that then. I can see that would be a problem for you. Sorry, I thought I had a solution.
Only if you're, okay, so let's confirm that our new ADU law says that you have to have parking with an ADU if you're not within a half a mile of a transit district or whatever they call it, transit corridor.
Can I ask one question? This, I think when we talked with Sammy earlier, I thought we discussed that the ferry terminal and the bus stop next to at the intersection where the roundabout is, that's a transit hub.
I believe that's correct, that you don't need a spot where he is. We'll look into it right now.
There's a bus that goes up on
Not the bus,
Corinthian?
The transit station, the ferry station.
Oh, the ferry's within a half mile?
I think that's what they're suggesting.
Walking distance? You know, we got all these new ones now. It's not just distance, it's walking. Use the stairs?
Yeah, from Alcatraz down the stairs. You'd have to measure it, but I don't think that's a half.
I don't think that's a half hour.
Okay.
I don't think.
If it's not, then it would require the third parking.
Okay.
I have a question. So even if we needed a parking space for the ADU, there are 3 parking places in the garage, correct?
There's the garage and then the one off-street parking, uncovered. So right now,
Uncovered.
there would
So
be.
you're talking about this uncovered one? or the one in front? You're
The-
talking about the one in front here.
Yeah.
That's right, that's right.
Okay. So I wanted to talk about the other parking place where the property line goes through. And what can we do about that? I think this needs to be corrected and solved, and I don't know legally how we can do that, whether we need to have an easement. I think this needs to be tied in with this approval process because I think we have to look at this whole area and the function of the area, and we really need parking there. And half of 4951's parking space, part of her parking space is on 53's property. So how do we solve this problem? Can we require 53 to give an easement for that?
It's not completely clear. However, I would suggest that if you were to look at section 2004-005, capital H of your municipal code, one of the purposes of design review is to balance private prerogatives and preferences with the public interest and welfare. There is a shortage of parking on Corinthian Island, and this creates problems with public interest and welfare if we essentially take away a parking space of a resident. I don't know if you could make the finding that if you can't find that they're not properly balancing private prerogatives and preferences, you could refuse to approve this project with that third parking space. I don't know if the city's ever used that section that way before, but it does make logical sense.
So are you saying that we could, in order to approve this project, we could obligate them to have an easement on that for 4951?
You could make that a condition of approval. Again, it's a little bit novel. And I believe it would mean that they couldn't have that third parking space.
Okay.
I mean, the only, the only thing I'd raise though is that 49 and 51 did purchase the property understanding that that parking spot had a time limit. And I believe it was December of 2022. And so
Correct.
again, as we balance the needs of all involved, I think there was an understanding that parking would be a source from another place for 49 and 51 after December of 2022.
I thought that was the spot rented in the garage, though.
It's both. Actually, it's drawn. There are two, the licensee has access to crossing, yeah, 53, and then also the spot in the garage. According to the documentation, I mean, I could be wrong, but I defer to
And-
our legal counsel.
So when there was an application for another parking spot for 4951, it happened to require the removal of an old oak tree. So it was turned down. So that's why I think it's important to perhaps do an easement. So 4951 have this parking spot, which they now currently use. And for some reason, the property line was created to go right through the parking location. And we don't know why at this point, why it was done that way, but that's what was done. And I just think it needs to be cleaned up, and the person is now using this parking space. And it just seems very important because there is no parking on the island.
How about if you just prolong this agreement that's there till 49 and 51, resolve it? Because having been visiting this prior to the meeting, the new owner seems to have an idea of what could be done. Costly, but it could be done further north on Alcatraz towards the next neighbor. A deck could be built out and a car could be parked there. So maybe not
I thought
have
that
something
was not-
permanent, but maybe ask them for another year so it could be resolved and it could come in front of us again.
And is it,
possible that the commission could approve a project without that parking for the ADU? Like a variance of some sort or an exception of some sort?
There's no item on your agenda tonight that would meet that description, so it would have to come back. There is an outstanding question, which I'm trying to look up, of whether or not this ADU is within a half a mile of the ferry terminal, which would mean that it would not need that parking space. But granting a variance or something like that is not something the commission can do tonight.
So in either case, we're looking at not solving that tonight.
I believe that one of the commissioners, Commissioner Hart, just suggested that we require an extension of the license agreement to cover some period of time, which would give the two parties some chance to work it out. As was pointed out by Commissioner Burke, the license agreement indicates that the owner of 4951 had decided to add another parking space somewhere else on that property and just was apparently contracting for time to get it installed, and that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, but that was the prior owner. The current owner, we would be requiring the current owner to take action, which I don't think that's.
Well, the current owner said today to me that she was contemplating putting in parking next to.
But that's
46
that's a long process. We know the neighbors are not going to be amenable. So I don't think we should put them in a bind with a time limit.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I understand that perspective, but I also think we have to be cautious about compelling people to give away their property. Because that's essentially what we'd be compelling 53 to do, which is to grant their property to another party, which again, I mean, it's all, this gets into subjectivity about the code that Ann cited before as to whether or not that code could actually support us in that regard. I mean, if we did move in that direction and 53 didn't agree, or they could appeal this to city council, of course, but again, I think we should just be very thoughtful about compelling somebody to give up a right to their current property.
Yeah, but it does impact the conversation between parties if there isn't a requirement to have that off-street parking. That changes the dynamics of the discussion.
Right, if the ADU doesn't require it.
Yes, if it's within the half mile, or we can give a variance.
So I have a question. Sorry to interrupt. I have a question. Could you park a car tandem in the driveway?
It's a better question for Tony.
I don't know what the,
You mean tandem, like can someone park in the half parking space at 4951 and also park?
no, can someone park, you're putting in a garage
Uh-huh.
and then there's a driveway?
Oh, behind you. Yeah,
Yeah.
they do that.
So what's the length of that driveway?
It's a good question. I know it, it's a good question, but I don't think that you can get a legal parking space there. Although a car is not 18 feet long and you can functionally park there.
You're talking about parking parallel to the garage versus.
No, like
perpendicular?
tandem, one in front, one
One in
car in
front
the
of the other.
garage, the door's shut and
Yeah,
one
you can do
outside.
that currently, but it's a functional parking space, not a
That's legal.
legal parking
It's
space.
a pretty big driveway. And a park.
Chair Carapia. If
Sorry.
I may, we were looking at the ADU ordinance, and you don't need a parking if it's within a half a mile of a bus stop as well. So looking on Google Map, driving or walking, it's 0.4 miles from the nearest bus stop.
Okay, so they don't need that parking.
They wouldn't need one. If they did, a tandem spot would be allowed to, acceptable.
Okay. Any more questions for the architect?
Yes, I have, back to lighting. I want to go quick here. I would like you to eliminate all your L2 and L1 lightings in the soffits over the decks, because unfortunately this property overhangs Bellevue Avenue, and there is so much light pollution coming in, either if you're walking or biking or cars, whatever, and you look up and you see these spotlights and you cannot direct them except straight down. And the 4 L3s and the L2s and even the one in front of the bedroom, big glass, triple glass door, can on its corner have a medium height light that lights up the deck so it has no danger going down to the steps or being on that deck. So I would like to have those eliminated and have sconces or something in front of the living and dining room area when you come out too. I do not think you need to light them up from above. Also over the hot tub, I think that light fixture is way too high up. It washes the whole wall with light. The same thing with the light over the door going into the bathroom on that side deck is also too high, washes the whole side, could be on the side of the door. And the same thing with the mechanics room downlight. So they are very beautiful lights and so on, and they are perfect for a lot of things. But to sit up high and do this huge white wash or light wash on walls, it's definitely not desirable for neighbors or passersby. I think that was my only comment to you. Thank you.
We can make those changes, yes.
Any further questions? Okay, we'll now open it to the public. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak? Petra?
I'm Petra Hansen, and I'm the owner of 49 and 51. I have my daughter Martina Hansen here, and also Mr. Chapman, Harv Chapman, who has been longtime resident and is a tenant of 51. Currently, he has been renting for decades here in the cottages. So I purchased from Alan both units. It's one property now in 21, and I've given the parking considerable thought and consulted with experts all along, had meetings with Sammy, earlier with Rebecca. So I can tell you a few things that I think will be helpful. And most importantly, I'd like to clarify and correct what Anne pointed out earlier in regards to the license. The license was for the one spot in the carport, not by the oak tree. The license was expired in December of 22 to give me sufficient time to figure out how to get a second parking space. But the one by the oak tree was assumed is always my parking spot, even though it's true, it overlaps by about 30 square feet. And if, Sammy, you could be so kind and just pull up the photograph which shows, the space. So we are talking about at the most 30 square feet, which my preference would have been to correct the lot line adjustment that was done in 2016 and make it a proper parking spot. It is a legal parking spot. Here you see it. This is my tenant, Harv Chapman, parked there. And if you pull up the other one, to the left, you see a car on 53 is parked, can easily pull in and out. And that's even a AAA van. When I purchased the properties where the current car is parked, my parking spot at 51, a Sprinter van was parked there. Alan parked the Sprinter van. And Mr. Chapman will attest for many years, this was used as parking, but it wasn't as necessary because 3 spots existed. Now the current owners, Tony and Mike at 53, they will turn the 3-car garage into 2-car garage, but tandem, you can fit 4 cars and plus a 5th one here. And if we are all neighborly, you could find a 6th one and a 7th one, is on my spot. So all I'm asking is to work with me, to be cooperative, neighborly, and figure out how to deal with that, that triangle, that 30 square feet. And my preference would have been to do a lot line adjustment and trade the same amount so that 53 doesn't lose any area. And if that can be done to fix the easement and have a easement in order to use it. Alternatively, if that oak tree went in the way, I would pull it up 2 feet and the problem would be solved, right? But we all want to save the oak trees. And therefore, you know, that is not a preferred solution for me or for anyone, I would think, in the neighborhood. And so that is a dilemma. So in addition to that, it's, well, okay, this is the only parking spot I will have, right, or have now, because the license came to an end in December. And kindly you extended, you know, for a few more months, but this is coming to an end in June. I will only have 1 spot parking space for the 2 properties, 49 and 51. Alternatively, I've worked with Peter Geisler and his engineering firm. They had probably 3 visits to figure out where we could accommodate everything. You cannot fit 2 spots on my lot because of the oak tree. We have between my, if you pulled up the other one, I could show you where the triangle was. There was a second photo that I sent you. It will show exactly the triangle we are talking about. So if we, what Peter Geisler suggested is the best spot to create on my property 2 parking spots on my property at my expense legally would be on the northern side at 47. I spoke with Shala. Shala's here. She said that's a no-go. It will shine a car into her kitchen window. We had suggestions for shielding it with having something so that it wouldn't be the case. Shala, it's her prerogative. She says, no, she does not want a car in that area shining into her kitchen window. So, and it would be a major project, right? It would be, you know, involving, you know, putting more cement, putting it on, I mean, you know what is involved, building a parking. I was willing to consider it and was ready to hire Peter Geisler, who said this is the best spot to create a second parking. And for the reasons we discussed, you know, that is not going to happen. Adding a second parking on top of the roof of these old cottages that are historic, they have been built in 1955 after we had these storms. I don't think we want a gas guzzler sitting on any of these little roofs. So that's a no-go and I don't think would pass. So we are back to square one to be neighborly and figure out, if maybe Sam, you can show again that first one, where we can all accommodate the parking, my parking, grant an easement or fix the lot line. And I would trade the same area or work in any way. And you see the other car on the left, you know, there is room for that third car and they can park in their carport 4 cars in tandem. So we have plenty of existing parking and I don't think we need to add more. So that's my main concern. And the other concern I had is I border the 51 to 53. So their north side, Larry, you pointed it out, the window would bother me, but also the wall of the privacy wall. Right now we have an open space we walk out to. It's natural. It's a charm that we all enjoy. I will be looking from 51 onto that wall. And it's something to deal with. It's already a bigger house. I understand the cottages won't stay there all forever. And I'm fully supportive of your project. We have a bigger structure. We will use at 51 light. We will use the skylight a little bit, and we will be looking at a wall. So I would request to try to soften it, maybe with some vines, maybe making it, you know, so that we are not looking at one big wall. I would have appreciated have Matt come and look maybe from the other side, what it would look like from 51. You know, what we will be looking, and just try to integrate and try to keep the charm, you know, of, I understand I will be left with 2 cottages. We have Charlotte's house on 547. We have your bigger house. And I totally understand. I love, you know, what you have done. I'm just looking to preserve and protect my one and only parking spot and figure out what we do in the meantime. And also be able to allow Half Chapman to continue, you know, renting and enjoying it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for me?
Oh, does anyone have questions? No.
Oh, just
One.
One clarification
two.
though, because you said that the licensee, just because it's on the public record, I want to make sure that we're clear on it. You said that the license was just for the carport, but on Exhibit A, the hash marks would suggest it was the carport and the part. In fact, it says here, portion of parking pad on 53 subject to license. So I just want to make sure that we're being accurate, whatever we
Yeah.
enter into the public record.
Don't we have that
So I
here?
think the license covered both pieces, according to this.
Not
exhibit.
to my knowledge, nothing that I signed and how the lawyers.
Well, this is the licensing document that you did sign.
Okay.
This is,
It was
just so we're
for
being
only
accurate.
For the carport, it was my understanding for the carport for that one spot that ended in December.
Yeah. Which is, I think, Ann, you would agree that's accurate, correct?
Mhm.
I'm not sure what.
I
have the
can't
recent?
tell you for certain what this diagram means. It's not a survey. It does refer to the exhibit as showing the land subject to the license, and the exhibit indicates that there's a portion of land that is subject to license that appears to go to 49. But again, that's more of a, is that the area we're talking
This
about?
is, yeah, this is. the
Okay,
whole area.
so then it is subject to, the license agreement according to this document.
Again, it doesn't change what you just shared in terms of what you'd like, it just to be accurate.
It does indicate, however, that you acquired the property with knowledge that you did not have a real estate easement that guaranteed you access to that spot.
We didn't think we needed an easement because by necessity to access it, and everyone had parked there, and it was the parking spot. It's by, I mean, again, if you look at the other, I have another photo I can show you. We're talking about 30 square feet that it overlaps, and that, yes, it ought to be broken out, but I mean, like there are many examples on Corinthian Island. That's my property line. This is what the lot line is. And this is what
Okay, thank you.
Can I also clarify one thing? The use that you have now of one spot in the garage is not going to be renewed.
coming to an end in.
So for 49 and 51, you are now fighting for one spot.
For that I feel is our
No,
space
but
that
it's
we
just
have
one
on-
spot. But
on-
Mr. Chapman, your renter is using it.
Correct.
Where are you going to park?
Well, Mr. Chapman in June,
Mhm.
he would like to stay. He can maybe speak and address.
Okay, yeah, so whether you rent or not.
I'm facing, not renewing the lease so that I have one spot, or parking at the end of the road where they're doing construction for the swimming pool, right? And there's an open at the end of Corinthian Island, or parking in the village, or not having a parking spot. That's what I'm facing.
Okay, so
And
my,
I took that into consideration, but I did expect, to have the one by the oak tree. Unless you want me to cut the oak tree, move forward, and then we are all, in agreement in terms of, what I can.
so I'm back. We have 2 homes and 1 parking spot. Is that legal? I don't know if I threw another fly in the ointment here.
We were looking into this earlier today. When it was all one parcel, there is something in our code that says you can't reduce, you can't remove parking that's already existing. I don't know how it works because when they did the lot split there wasn't to my knowledge, a legal spot on 49 and 51 at the time. So but I don't know how it,
It will
I'm not
have to
sure
be
how to-
resolved legally.
yeah.
Okay, so, thank you, Petra. Did you have a question? No, okay. So, yeah, I'd like to talk to the applicant. Yeah.
For the record, my name is Tony Sutherland, and I live at 53 Alcatraz. The chart that you have that shows parking in the carport and parking under the tree was something that I had to agree to and sign when I purchased the house. I had to acknowledge the parking license. That's why I have a copy of it. That's why I submitted it. I've been really nice. I've been letting Petra park in the carport since December, and I've never made an issue with Harv. Egress, my property, come out of the property with really no legal right to do so. I also have title insurance, and I have stamped forms that I showed you that shows that that property line is real. It had something that happened in 2016. It was fixed. It was recorded in 2020. And then I did another survey with Linda Crothers, and it was recorded in 2021. So I feel that I honestly own that piece of property, and I've been neighborly, letting them come in and out when I didn't have to do so. Now it's time for Petra to discover her own parking, because we need that space. We're going to need it for landing. We're going to have to move our cars. We're going to have to park at the other end or somewhere else when these trucks are coming in and working. And so it is an issue, and I wish it wasn't so complicated, but I really feel like I'm a rightful landowner and that I've been nice to my neighbor. And now I just don't need to be nice anymore. I need to take care of myself and my family. It's what I purchased. I spent a lot of money to own that land, to have that parking. And is there anything else that you want to ask about the parking agreement? Because it was a legal document that was given to me during escrow.
I'd like to ask, maybe not so directly like that, but if the parking requirement for a third parking space were to disappear, would that change the calculus about talking about an easement for Petra to cross over that corner of your property?
I suggested, as you did, I'm willing to give you an extended license as long as you can work with me and the truck drivers and the wood and everything else that's going to come in there until you can really discover and create and form your own parking on your own property. Because if you look back at the design, we have this beautiful gate. And so if we give this easement, they're going to be parking right in front of our gate. My friends, my family, the people that come to my home aren't going to be able to park in front of my gate to come to my home because their car is going to be there. So I think it's something that can be resolved, and I'm willing to extend the parking license for that one spot under the tree until something else can be discovered. You know, I haven't, nothing's been submitted to me. Like, would you agree with this platform? Would you agree with this? Would you agree with that? We've just had lots of talk about things. And at one point, it seemed like maybe that would be the easiest solution, and then we could have some more land around the hot tub area. But it doesn't seem like that's going to work either. So I don't know what to say other than
The pickle.
yeah. Well, it's not my pickle, is it?
I don't know.
Well, but this is the only part that belongs to you. Is that correct? Of the parking space? Is this correct? So this is
That, yeah.
so you couldn't get a whole car in there anyway.
No, it was never.
And so what would you do with that little space?
Yeah, I think it's important to point out that we need that area
Hmm.
to have a legal parking space. So-
Yes, thank you.
I'm Sally Griffith. I live on the island. And this is a very special community. And, you know, we have to, if we're going to have an ADU, we lose our power to control what's built. And I think that we should think about it. If you're really going to have an ADU, it should be required that it's rented. Our housing crisis is real. So to use an ADU, a bigger house on a very small lot, just so many prices.
I'm sorry, this is a public meeting and we can't hear you and we have people on Zoom that can't hear you. So if you two want to have a conversation, you both go up to the microphone and do a duet.
I was trying to say to Sally that my intention of the ADU is to use it for my oldest daughter who has cerebral palsy. She's on state programs, et cetera. She can't afford to go rent any place on her own. If it was required by the community that she truly became a renter, she could pay me $100 a month or something. But the intention is to, and right now she comes and stays with me. She can sleep on the sleeper sofa for maybe 3 or 4 nights. And then she's like, Mom, I got to go back. Her father's in Santa Cruz County. So that's my intention.
Anyone else wish to speak on the subject? Yes.
Well, I've lived here 30 years and now I've been here like 3 times in the last few months and you probably won't see me for another 30 years. But anyway, Tandy Rubenstein Ford, and we live right down the street from the proposal and we walk all the time. You know, when you're getting older, if you don't move, you lose it. But anyway, my comment would be, well, first of all, I as you know, since I spoke at the last meeting, was that I used to work in the field of historic preservation, and I'm sad that the little cottage is going to be turned into something else. That's just my own perspective. You know, it's really not my business. But I am very concerned about the loss of the coastal live oaks. And I just think it's a real shame. I thought that they were heritage trees. So I went and looked up in the Marin County what their view is. I guess there must be a code or an ordinance for the county of Marin. And it defers to the local jurisdiction to make the decision. But I hope you choose wisely because in this era of climate change, we really do have to consider our natural resources and to consider preserving them. I mean, I'm totally against taking out coastal oaks that are in great shape and provide wonderful canopy for many species, wonderful shade. We're looking at a warmer climate that provides shade. And visually, again, you talk about, you have your code about live oaks being considered visually significant. And the live oaks there are really, really beautiful and could probably be up to 200 plus more years old. So I think it's sort of sad that the island and those trees existed before we did, and now they have to be mowed down. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm Harvey Chapman. I live in 51 Alcatraz, and I've lived on Corinthian for almost 20 years in those little cottages, different ones at different times. The only thing I would like to say is this parking thing is, I think, a critical issue that should be solved as part of going ahead with the redevelopment of 53. I think the time that we spent on it tonight, everybody can see it's a very complicated issue. But I think kicking it down the road is not going to solve the problem. I think that's why we're here tonight with the problem that we have now, is because when Alan subdivided the parcels, the way he subdivided them, and didn't solve the parking problem and kicked it down the road, the easement that Petra signed that allowed her to, or the licensing agreement, whatever it was, that allowed her to use the garage and so forth for a limited period of time, just solved the problem for that 12 or 18 months. And here we are with the problem again. So I think the problem should really get solved as part of this redevelopment process of 53, so that we don't face this same thing 12 months, 18 months from now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
This is the last time you're going to hear from my wife and me.
We
I-
enjoy hearing from you.
Not so much. We're both at 85 Eastview. I have a couple of things I'd like to bring up. First is we just built a house and we inconvenienced everyone on Corinthian Island. We did the best we could. We paid a lot of money for our contractors to park elsewhere and bring their vehicles in. Petra mentioned the parking spaces at the end of the island. I'm hoping you'll put, if you're able to, some sort of a restriction to have the construction trucks not park at the end of the island. We all need those. Every Tuesday and Thursday, our grandson comes to visit us and we use those parking spaces. Everybody does on the island. So having construction vehicles there is really, really inconvenient for us. My wife and I were asked by Petra to take a look at her parking dilemma, or her parking pickle, if you will. The first thing that we noticed was the oak tree next to the parking space, because you could cut that oak tree down and you could solve the pickle. You could move the space, you could park a tree there. But my wife just mentioned that that tree could be 200 years old. That tree could house about 2,500 species of flora and fauna. It houses a barn owl that I see pretty much every night when I take my dog for a walk. I don't know if we have the right to even think about that. My wife made mention at home, she didn't use it tonight, so I will, that in 1970, Joni Mitchell wrote a song, put all the trees in a tree museum. 2 years later, Christopher Stone wrote one of the best known environmental treatises, Should Trees Have Standing? 5 years later, I wrote my thesis on the value of clean air. That was all 50 years ago. And now we're faced with an environmental crisis of taking trees down and removing all of the carbon capture. Corinthian Island is absolutely beautiful, but look up, not just out. And if you look into those oak trees, you're seeing something spectacular that was there hundreds of years, possibly before any of us were here. And I understand the fire marshal was wonderful to work with when we built our house. I understand his concern, but frankly, I'm not sure we have the right to cut those trees down. I really think you need to think about that. But also with regard to the pickle, please don't solve the pickle by having another oak tree cut down. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, anyone on Zoom, Nancy? Okay, close the public hearing, bring it back to the commissioners to talk. And Vice Chair Johnson, you want to lead off?
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you for all the background on the project and the presentation. I'm familiar with the site. I've reviewed the plans. This is our second time seeing it. So I just want to say thank you for incorporating all of our feedback from last time. I think overall the changes that you've made are really good. I think it's a much more successful design without the roof deck. I think the addition of the lavender, the creeping fig, and the silver sheen are great. It really helps to soften and screen things. I'm gonna wait to comment on the tree until the end, maybe until after I hear from my fellow commissioners, but I do understand the fire marshal concerns, but we do need to really think about that seriously. I agree. I think a couple people commented on just some of the lighting. I think the stair lighting can be reduced. I agree with removing some of those those lights that are up high, mounted outside can come down. I think that the parking issue. So I would also cite the code that Anne mentioned earlier. So we're trying to balance private interest with public good. And I know you said it's not your pickle, but I actually disagree with that. I said that. I think it's a neighborhood issue, and I don't think that you can sort of pawn it off to somebody else here. I think that's sort of kicking the bucket down the road, and I think we have an opportunity now with all the work that's going to be done on your property to fix it. I think there have been some really reasonable suggestions around the parking. I think that you have space behind the garage, and you could get really creative with maybe it's tandem, maybe it's two in the garage and one that's perpendicular outside the garage. But I don't think that I could approve this project as is without having some sort of solution that allows for that parking pad to exist for your neighbor. And I certainly would not approve removing that oak tree to accommodate 2 more feet for her or for a tenant to park there. So I think it's a collective problem that needs to really be looked at together. And I think there's an opportunity to fix it because you will be doing a lot of things that can be solved, whether it's through a lot line adjustment or an easement or coming up with another parking solution outside of your garage. I know that we had asked last time to really look at preserving that oak tree and that you looked at a tree well. I understand a tree well creates more communication between the tree and the structure. So from a fire safety perspective, I understand that. I also really feel I would be very sad to see a tree like that go. It's not something that we can take lightly. I agree. I'm going to leave it at that. So again, I appreciate all the changes that you did make because I really do feel like you've taken into account most of our feedback from last time. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Slaymaker, please.
Yes, first, I do agree with many of the things my fellow commissioners said. I did also look at the staff report, walk the property with the architect and was lucky enough to also meet the Sutherlands when they were coming home. I know this car issue needs to be solved, but I would like to talk about how wonderful the plan is and how masterly it was planned, staying in the central part of this space. It has great balance relationship throughout the plan and the wonderful mix of materials with the surrounding with the neighborhood works really great for the location and sets in with the house and the property around it. I appreciate the architect and the owners trying to keep the trees, but I also understand the worries of fires. And I think we have to take that into consideration. I love trees and have them all over my property. But I also think that in this situation, the neighbors don't want to have a problem with possible fires later. So I totally understand the situation of the trees. And I have no issues with anything else, but I do think even the Sutherlands own this little piece of property, but I think we need to solve something as far as the car situation. Otherwise, I have no issues with a
Okay.
beautiful piece of property in the house.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Story.
So I read the materials and visited the site on my own. Spoke to the neighbor, Petra, at 51. I think this design is a nice improvement over what was presented to us the last time. I like the materials and the colors. And while it is, this alternative I like a lot better, I still don't really think it fits the neighborhood. So I struggle with that a little bit. It's modern compared to the neighboring houses, but I could get over that issue. I agree with the others that I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel comfortable with ideas of temporary agreements with a time limit on them on this parking issue. And so I'd like to see some sort of solution as part of this approval process, which I don't see at the moment. I don't hear a solution. So I think we might have to throw it back in your laps to negotiate a solution. I had a lot of the things I think you took into heart that I mentioned when I was asking questions. I don't know if I need to repeat all those here. How does that work?
Oh, if you want to put in
Like
conditions?
if we're gonna approve it tonight, there's a lot of conditions, but if we're not gonna approve it, I don't think I need to go through that because we already talked about it.
Okay,
So maybe I'll rest and see
take
where
a
we are.
rest and we'll come back to you. Commissioner Lasky, please.
Well, as you know, my interest in trees, it makes me very sad to give up any oak trees. But in this instance, and I was the one trying to keep them, I can see the fire danger there. And I can also understand the design issue of the house. And it certainly does work better without the trees, but I was hoping that would be an alternative to build it really around the trees. I think the whole design is such a creative design for this area that when I first looked at it, I was kind of shocked that this could fit there. And I think it's creative and it's a beautiful design for that site to be able to fit all that in. And very, very tastefully. And I like the fact that the roof decks came off and the roof line came down a little bit. I think it fits into the setting much better. I would like to have the parking issue tied into the approval of this project, because I think this whole area really needs parking. And obviously there was some kind of, I don't know why at this point, error in doing the property line right through the parking spot. So part of it is yours and part of the land is belongs to 4951. So I would encourage you to have an easement on that part. You still have a lot of parking in your carport and also in your entrance where the stairs are. So I would like that to be tied in to the approval of this project. I think it's really necessary for this whole area to have parking. It's impossible, as you know, on Corinthian Island to have parking. So if that can be arranged, and I think you did a great job also with the landscaping. I think I mentioned to you up there that perhaps since the oak trees are coming out, there could be another tree outside the bedroom near the lane to give some privacy to the neighbors there. I think that's necessary. And you are doing landscaping down the side, the southern side of Corinthian Lane along your property. So those are my comments, and I can make all the findings as long as this parking space is tied to this.
Thank you. Commissioner Hart?
Worries of the applicant. Design that your front entry has car bumper, right, face and go in these pillars with a. So I'm asking that our. If you look at the angle of the entrance. It is not. If you change that angle to empty gate, so the wall, southern wall of that. Hill tree and landscaping. You would not have a straight line. But that would then allow this whole line for neighbors only spot for two houses. It would not be a big change from the street, your house would just look exactly the same. One dog leg would. Just plain one. But apart from that, so that's my input as far as the removal of the down and lights on the walls. Very impressed with the architect and the design. Felt a little bit as also takes advantage of the ability for an ADU to setback 1 foot more than what you normally would have. Actually, here, 10 feet, 5 feet, and 6 feet further than what normally be allowed to. Feeling that maybe just because you're ADU, of going that far over the belly back of the roof, with room over the street at all, that why should you be allowed to get on top just because? But I feel that if you can't. I think if you can, as a good neighbor, address, maybe with the property adjustment or something, and give that to the island, like this deck, and then roof, and you have wonderful life. Beautifully designed house. I think that would be something. I really want to hear
And I don't think I heard you say how you felt about the oak tree inside the house. Or, okay. Okay. Commissioner,
And I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you speak into the mic when?
sorry, they can go online and listen to the recording. Okay, Commissioner Burke.
Thank you. I reviewed the plan and the staff report. I, as everyone else, visited the property and spent time with the neighbor from 49 and 51. I wasn't in full transparency at the meeting on January 17th. And so I really focused my review and comments on the issues that were raised by the commissioners in that past meeting versus looking at the project as a whole. That said, the parking issue is newer. And so I obviously have spent time thinking about that for this meeting. So I appreciate the changes that the architect made to in the applicant to the plan to respond to the commissioners' comments. I understand the difficulty about removing or maintaining the tree with the tree well. And I think the fire marshal's commentary was very compelling. I think everyone is really sad to see that tree go, but I understand why it would need to. I agree with the comments about lighting and screening of that property line fence. I think the other comments made by the commissioners, if we were to approve this, I think those should be added as conditions. I mean, really, you know, it's a lovely design. It's thoughtfully done. I think it fits well within the neighborhood. It doesn't create, you know, an issue with the surrounding homes. For the parking, I'm struggling with the parking because I feel like if we didn't have the licensee document that so clearly outlined the understanding between both parties as to who owned what land at the very beginning and what parking was available and not, I would feel differently. But since that was so clearly understood through and memorialized in that document, I think for me, I would recommend an extension to the license for 3 or 4 years to allow 4951 to find or discover parking, as you have said. But I'm reluctant to compel the owner of 53 to give up their property. When again, it was something that was understood at the time that the property was purchased by 49 and 51. That said, I could make the findings. I do think that we have to resolve the parking, but I can make the design findings and support the 3 motions, again, with a condition related to solving the parking.
Thank you. I also met the applicant at the house, viewed the project, read the staff report, and I can agree to the oak tree in the middle being removed as a fire concern. I also share the concerns about the lighting and the fencing around the hot tub. I also feel that the trees down below on Bellevue and also the trees that are up against Corinthian Lane need to have some tree protection during construction so that we don't lose any of those trees. You know, that's been happening a lot lately where construction happens and all of a sudden, you know, the tree's gone and we have to take it out. And I concur with my fellow commissioners that the parking needs to be resolved with this. We can't be kicking this down the road because we do, I think, have a situation that our attorney said is a safety issue and a neighborhood issue. So I think we need to come up with it, and I don't know how we do that.
It's my understanding that 4951 is required by our code to have at least 2 parking spaces. Is that correct? Or 1?
So you're required to have 2 parking spaces. If you don't have a parking space, we can't enforce that you put a parking space unless you're doing a new construction or expansion of your own house. So if 4951 does not have parking right now, there's nothing the city can do until they wanted to pull a building permit to expand their own house at this time.
So you're saying we can't do anything about the parking? Is that what I
Well,
heard?
we cannot, at this point, we cannot require 4951 to install a new parking space that would be entirely on their own property.
Right.
That issue would not be in front of the commission. We could, under that subdivision capital H, I believe, require that a license agreement be extended for some period of time to allow the owner of 4951 to find and install a parking spot. And then if the owner does not, then at the end, expiration of that extended license agreement, they would simply not have any parking that would be usable. And they would have to park somewhere else on the island or in the village. I don't see a good option here, unfortunately.
So the best choice is to extend the license. The issue I see with that is the current license includes the parking in the carport. And when they go under construction, that no one's going to be parking in that carport.
Then the condition could simply limit the license extension to that
To the
spot
parking
that's on,
pad.
yes.
Okay. So how do we decide what the right length is of time to extend it?
Yeah, perhaps planning staff would have some idea of how long it might take to design and get permitted and construct a parking space.
Oh, honestly, I don't know that that's really the right course of action though, because we can't compel them to provide parking on 4951 unless they're coming in for another development application. Right now, it's a legal non-conforming condition where they're required to have parking, but they don't. Our codes say we can't enforce it unless there's another development application going in. So if they were going to do an expansion or a remodel or something to that effect, then we would have the opportunity to tie in a condition requiring that they bring the parking into compliance. But until such time, we could extend it for 30 days or 30 years, but until they come in for an application, there's nothing compelling them to develop their own parking short of the neighbor or 53 who actually does own the spot once the license expires, which it currently is, as I understand it. They can basically put up no trespassing signs, no parking, and control it that way, and thus compel 4951 to discover their parking, as has been said. It's not the neighborly way to do it, but that's the legal way that I see that they have the option to do. So I don't know that we have a good option to pursue.
And I don't disagree with that. My suggestion was only to give the owner of 4951 some period of time to discover parking.
Right.
If she can.
So I'd like to open up the public hearing again. And Ms. Sutherland, can you maybe give us what you think would be a reasonable extension of the parking pad?
That was actually my first suggestion, was to extend the parking license.
Right.
And I think after what I've been through with my plans and the committee, I would think that at least 24 months, 2 years would be a minimum.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah.
So,
Is that all? Or do you
I
need-
mean, okay, I might have another question for you.
Okay.
Petra, can I ask you, you've done some investigation with your structural person? And do you think if you could come to some kind of agreement with Ms. Sutherland, if you could get a project done within 2 years?
No, unfortunately, I've explored all other options, and I agree with the other commissioners. It would just kick the bucket forward. And I would agree that we should find a permanent solution. And one would be to fix the lot line and make it, so that it works and it's possible. By the way, this parking spot under the tree, 90% is on my property and only 10% on 53. It's not the other way around. So we're talking about that little triangle of 30 square feet. And I would think if a lot line adjustment, fixing that and trading, I'm not asking to get anything for free. I'm asking to trade and make sure that they have the same or buy it from them, but that would reduce their whole area. I understand that would not be good for them. And if that doesn't work, do an easement by necessity and figure out how that would work if I don't have it. And to be clear, I'd like to see, I have to absorb that, but it was not clear to me that license extended to that. It was then not made clear to me. I was under the impression it was completely for the carport for that one spot temporarily.
So the issue is, though, that we've gotten advice from our our city attorney that we can't really force something through, and that kind of the best thing we can do is to have an extension on the lease, and then it sounds like there's a line down, not to use the line as a thing, but there's a line here and 53 is there and 49 is here, and we're trying to get you to meet. And I don't know if that would happen, but I believe when we met that there was some other alternatives that you could go straight in and do a parking right by their hot tub.
But first I heard the attorney say earlier that an easement is possible to balance public versus, the neighbor and community needs, that an easement can be done. I heard you say that earlier. So, but if that's not the case, I don't know. I mean, I would probably have to look at a lawyer.
Well, we've also had input from our director of planning that we have right now that said, the only thing we really can do is to ask for an extension on the license, that we can't.
I would not be willing, I would be hesitant to do that because it's just going to open, we would go in a circle and keep just pushing it forward, the extension, because I explored other options. Like I said, moving to the north and building something there at 47 is not acceptable to my neighbor there. It doesn't work in the middle. The only other two alternatives we have is chopping my tree, and then I move forward and the parking problem is solved.
What about the platform?
And the and the last one would be, let me just finish. The last one is going, because we have 11 feet only, that's the limiting factor between the oak tree. And Sammy, we discussed it, right? Between the oak tree and my property line is 11 feet. To put 2 parking spots in, we need 16 feet. I had 2 different architects look at it, and they said, you can't do it. It's the limiting factor, 11 feet. So all I could do is put 1 spot, to put another construction project and move right along the lot line and go on the diagonal. That would be the one. We would lose a lot of, and Mike suggested it early. It's possible, probably. That would be then just, but we have an existing spot. And I would think a lot line adjustment or easement would be the softer solution, less bulky than now. And the other thing that the engineer reminded us of, there's the elevation. So the new, if we did go on a diagonal into my property along the line, it would have to be on the level of the street. So it will be raised. And so you have a bulky car taking up green space just to create 1 spot that we already have. It's not adding a second. And this car would be towering, overlooking the hot tub. And be losing the space. I mean, it would really impediment my property. And if everything else, it would, if I'm faced with having no parking in that, maybe I would do it. I don't know. I would have to think about it. It's not ideal solution compared to, given that we have an existing spot. And
So the,
that
the
is-
issue is though, is that we can't force 53 into selling or an easement. We don't, we can't do that. And I mean, it's,
But they cannot use it for anything else. It's just going to be sitting there, right?
But we don't have the right.
but we don't have the right to do that.
But they can't park on my, it's 90% my parking spot. They can't park there either. So
No,
you
they
rather
can't
have
park
this
there either, no.
Empty just because that's what, I mean, that is, there's nothing, no solution. by the city
Yeah,
to come.
if I may, I've looked over the agreement and it's just very plain, just you can park here for this period of time and that's it. Everyone has implied that that the goal behind this was to give the owner of 4951 an opportunity to discover a parking solution. I've not been up to the site personally. I haven't had that opportunity. So I don't know what the conditions are up there. She has stated that she hasn't found a suitable option to physically develop her own parking spaces. So that would imply that it may very well be the idea of a lot line adjustment, a lot swap, sale of one property, trade property, whatever it is, might be the option. But regardless of that, the purpose of this agreement and the purpose of any agreement that is imposed as a condition of approval is unfortunately not exactly a kick the can down the road sort of thing, but it's to provide time for the owners of 4951 and 53 to negotiate some solution. If everyone comes to the agreement that there is no rational way to physically develop additional parking that would satisfy 4951 and allow 53 to use their property to their satisfaction, then it would be compelling to them to negotiate some sort of an agreement. The city's not a party to that agreement outside of it's a related part of the development agreement of the conditions of approval on a project, but the city's not a party to that. And we can't compel them to do that. And if they can't come to an agreement within the frame of any extended license, I would think then that just as we have now, the license would expire and 53 would then have the right to basically say, you can't park here anymore, go away and figure it out on your own. Again, not neighborly, but they would have that right. So the idea would be in approving an extension of the license would be specifically to have the two neighbors negotiate some sort of agreement permanently that logically would be like a lot line adjustment to grant the 10% here and trade it out for 10% over here or something like that. So everyone's land size stays the same, their values theoretically stay the same, and then people have their own parking. I don't know, I'm not a surveyor, I can't tell you exactly how that would work,
Okay,
but that's what I would see it.
okay. So thank you very much, ladies. I think that close the public hearing again and bringing this back to the commission. So it seems like the solution that we have for the parking is to ask for an extension on the parking pad for 2 years, which is acceptable to the owner. And during that time, they would have to negotiate something and hopefully they can come up with a solution that makes everybody happy.
Can I ask a question? Sorry, I know we're.
Okay.
So I just clarify, because a lot line adjustment is different than an easement. And part of the issue we're talking about here, as Petra pointed out, is it's an access thing. It's not, most of the parking pad is on her property. She needs to cross through the other property to get to the spot. So a lot line adjustment really wouldn't do much, because if you adjust a lot line, they could then put up a fence right there. And that would preclude her from pulling her car. Okay, so
No, a lot line adjustment could be drawn so that the property line of 4951 included the access area in question, that 10% that's now missing. But both a lot line adjustment and an easement require two willing parties. You cannot force a property owner to grant an easement or to move their property line or to engage in a land swap. The two parties would have to agree to that. Now, what I spoke of before, I did not mean to say that you could compel an easement. You could simply withhold the creation of a new parking spot there in that area where the access is now, pending some resolution of this. I'm not advising you to do that. I think that realistically, if the parties can't come to an agreement, or if the owners of 4951 can't figure out a way to say, put it on the north side of their property, then eventually they are going to lose that parking. I think an extension to get by some time is probably the wisest course.
And they could do one or the other, a lot line or.
It would be between the two
It's
parties to
between the two parties to
negotiate.
negotiate.
And the other option would be to find a way to make it happen on the north side of the property. I know, obviously, the neighbor on that side wouldn't be happy, but I don't think there's any way to not have an unhappy neighbor in this scenario.
At least you didn't say this town. Yeah.
I don't think 2 years is long enough when you think about the process you have to go through, including construction. You have to get through to a completion before there's an actual parking spot.
Well, I think that Petra knows what her choices are.
I've heard her say that 2 years was difficult. I didn't hear her say that she can do that. in
I
2
know,
years.
but we have to balance, here we're balancing the willingness of the owner of 53 to grant an exception, and she felt 2 years was reasonable from what the process she's gone through to be able, and it may be that if there is some kind of construction that if there is construction that goes on, you're not going to be able to park there while there's construction going on anyway. So I don't think that we have the power to force a longer agreement other than what the owner is willing to do.
And honestly, if such a condition is imposed, you can add language in there that if the parties are actively negotiating, or if things are progressing and the expiration is coming up, that they can submit a written request to the planning director to extend it for 6 months or 3 months or whatever, on the basis that, yes, negotiations are moving along. Hey, we're working on this. We've got our plans drawn up. We just need to go through the steps with the county assessor, blah, blah, blah. That can be done.
Okay, all right. So with that in mind, I have to go back to the commission because everyone says we have to work on the parking. So I'm going to tally everyone if they are agreeable to the suggestions that Brad has made to us. Marcia?
Yes, so we are agreeing to extend the license for
The parking pad
the parking pad only for 2 years.
for 2 years.
I agree.
And that we can put in a condition that if things are moving forward and there needs to be an extension, that a request for an extension can happen. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. Johnson?
Yeah, I support that. I think with the expectation that a long-term permanent solution is worked out.
Nana?
I agree with that too.
Kevin?
agree.
or Larry?
I think 2 years is a little short, but
No, pressure helps too. If you're on a time, if you have a tight time limit, you get on it.
I just know how we work.
Well.
We as the city work. It's
And-
not fast.
Okay, so.
Think about it, but let me make a case. Let me make a case.
No case, no more cases.
No. Last step.
Say that, the 53 is going to be under construction for 2 years.
Oh, at least, yeah.
Yeah, at least. So, that's why I think that there's not a need for parking at 53 because they're going to be under construction. So I'm thinking this is 2 years is just short for trying to get agreement with neighbors, because it's going to be a difficult situation to find that additional parking and go through the process of design review and get the building permit and then to build it. I think it's going to take longer than 2 years. I think 2 years is going to be.
I don't
real
think
pressure.
we can force the owner to do more than what they are willing to do, and they've stated what they're willing to do. And they're willing to accept an extension, if they're moving forward, they're, have agreed to give an extension. I mean, I just think that we can't force them into a 5-year agreement. I don't think that's in our powers, and I don't think it's fair to the property owner at 53. And I don't think it's in our purview to do it. So you're a no, and I'm a yes. So let's see, I think we had, did you say you could make all the findings?
And
With conditions.
with conditions, so I'm still with that.
Yeah, yeah. And, yep, okay. So can I have a motion?
What are the conditions? Are we gonna?
Okay, so the conditions are, well, the lighting is always going to have to come back. So the lighting will come back to the chair and the planning department for approval. We want it, tree protection on the trees that are existing and remaining.
We wanted screening on the property line fence.
We want it,
To the north.
yeah, that's landscaping, so that also comes back to us, so we don't need to condition that. But I'll make a note.
Landscaping. The extra trees under landscaping too.
Okay, and extra trees, that comes back under the landscape final plan.
How about the window at the master bedroom?
What were we doing with that?
No.
I don't know.
I have no
Anybody agree or disagree?
No, nobody made mention of it, no.
I did.
Well, no, sorry, I didn't mean to say no one. No, I just didn't mean to say nobody, I just meant to say no one else. What was else on your list?
So the privacy fence, is that landscaping with a window in it?
No, that's not landscaping. So the fence at the hot tub, no window. Okay,
And then the other one that was about the drainage.
well, I don't think we do a condition on that. That's up to building and the city engineer to figure that out.
What about the construction management and just having the trucks parked at the end with the building thing?
So they have to come up with a construction management plan when they come in. And so in that construction management plan, to take the suggestions of the Ford, it has to be almost a city policy, I think, to not allow trucks parking at that end. And I don't know if we can actually condition that in our thing. So other than making a note to building when they go through the construction that they need to ferry people up. So with those conditions, can I have a motion?
I move to adopt the resolution granting demolition permit to demolish portions of the wall and roof at 53 Alcatraz Avenue.
A second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Burke,
Yes.
Slaymaker,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Lasky,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Carpiet,
Yes.
unanimous.
I move to adopt the resolution granting design review for renovations as conditioned. Can I just leave it at that? Okay, as conditioned at 53 Alcatraz Avenue.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Burke,
Yes.
Slaymaker,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Lasky,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Carpiet.
Yes.
Okay.
Motion 3.
I move to adopt the resolution granting a variance to allow the rear deck to expand into the rear yard setback at 53 Alcatraz.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Burke,
Yes.
Slaymaker,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Lasky,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Carpiet.
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you. Congratulations. And I hope that you work with your neighbor next door to resolve this parking. So you're bringing the people on Zoom? So I'm gonna, why don't we take a little break while they do that?
Well, it's an access thing, yeah, yeah. I think an easement is the way to go.
Oh, you want them? Oh, no, it's our pleasure.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, I hope you can work
Good
it
luck.
out. Yeah, good luck. Yeah.
So are we. Okay, so. I just hope.
Thank you so much, and I agree with you.
Courtney, we've had trouble off and on, and I just said.
Is it?
No, I remember I just said to the architect that.
That's a fair question.
Hey, now that you're a club member, you don't need to show up to do it.
Okay, so I am.
No, that's not true. I was a member last year. Oh, so I gotta get my ID up there. I see you can argue.
Not much, no.
I know, I gotta call, Helen. Yeah.
Anyway.
Now that we're back, I mean, we'll get it.
Yeah. We're looking for drivers. They had a training session.
It is.
Oh.
Forrest and, I think, Orwell was out there. I asked, I said, I'd be happy.
So I'm gonna hold on to I.
Do you know if they got it?
No, but I understand what.
All right, man. See you later. We'll see you.
Hi, are you back for good? Okay, well, we'll get together for Venus. We're here until like the second week in May, we're gonna go to New York. We'll get together for a glass of wine. I'll text you.
Yeah. Okay.
Improvement you
Oh, that's right, I remember that. They're gonna be far away from us. Well,
Sure. I mean, right now you can just take the email and then, and then you can
Okay.
contact
Let's try it along. Yeah, yeah. It's just.
Zane,
it's-
Z-A-N-E,
It's good, but it's slow.
.enterprise.
Yeah. Takes a while.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks. Yeah.
Friend, yep.
That's me.
Yeah, so I'll just drop you an email.
Okay.
It's not Mulan. Oh, yeah.
Well, have fun, ladies. I'm gonna have a glass of wine.
I'm gonna go home. Oh, Nana? Hannah?
Sure. Yeah, we didn't bring one.
There you go.
No, this is yours.
She's the new ARC person.
They really, I'm very impressed with them. I've been to a number of them, 39 lots of. Yeah, but they kind of screwed.
Oh, that's good. Good step.
Oh, you going?
I was happy to stay, but I don't think I can.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna go home and go 9.
We're gonna be here till 11:30.
Oh, maybe not, maybe.
Get a spot there.
It took a lot of will.
An accident?
We had a little water accident.
Oh,
So maybe
Marcia, do you need a
maybe we
clean-
request from the city, maybe a cup.
Yeah, we brought Kane, we brought the other contractor. Marcello, he went over there, I know him since he was.
Uh-oh, well then we're gonna have to put in a request.
You mean you don't make them wash their cups when they're done?
Jane Cooper doesn't believe in plastic.
Oh,
She has a
might
point.
get-
Well, at least it's better than it.
Not that
I'm gonna come back to this next month.
she got.
They're putting Navy blue in.
Yeah, she came in here with no.
Oh, so that.
Yeah,
couldn't
but they
have-
have to do.
Oh, that's right. There wasn't enough.
So they have to do. So they have
Thank
to
you
come
for
back
your help.
anyway, but then I said, you should come in.
Good
They
team,
said,
very
"First," I said, it's a waste of your time, and then I called, I woke up this morning like this. That was a bad call
Oh,
yesterday. I called him, I texted him. I said, no, you really should come. And we're gonna stay focused just on what we comment on. We're not gonna do the yada yada part about, I saw it, I love it. That is just whatever we don't.
Then they can come back and do all that.
And then if there's anything on there, we're gonna come back next.
Yeah.
Versus that taking place on May and then having to come back.
Hi, Marcia. Hi, Nancy.
Oh, you mean to spill the water and leave her to clean up the mess?
She did it. or-
I know, she did it.
Better than red wine.
Drying out now. Could probably move it in one of those other spots down the road.
They wanted to do it, but they didn't think they could. And then because of. No. Because
Needed a
they
lot.
didn't realize that they can do an.
No, we used to have like.
We could fucking do 800 feet. It's further down and they're right at the zero. line. Oh, because of the garages, because they didn't have the minimum setback for the front.
So the AD is allowed to also fall on the.
As long as.
Because it's on the hill.
Yeah, because it's 20%. And then I try to get them to. I'm just trying to be. He was forward on Sunday. Because they won't mess it that way. To do something. I get it. I said, I get it.
I think if we can get one,
One
one is better than none. Yeah.
And, somebody says, what's your biggest issue here? I said, "What is it?" No cat. No, okay, so 135 has to come back to us.
Oh.
So
You heard all this, they're coming
because
back
they're
next
gonna
month.
put an 8 gap
Yeah,
and they have to raise the height. So
They have to raise the height?
a little bit, yeah, because it's 6'10".
That's not a ministerial.
Yeah, it is.
Can't be.
It is.
It can't be. It's above 16 feet off the ground.
There's new laws about that.
18. Still not. No, it's not. New laws don't change to 18 feet in a certain area.
No, you can put it the same height as. It's within the structure. The same height that's allowed in the zone. Anyway, we're gonna focus on. Are we up? Are they on Zoom? The landscape, do we architects in Sweden? So, do we get to see their faces or no? Oh, okay. Yeah. So. Oh, wait a minute, I threw all my stuff away. Where's the? Oh, okay. Yeah, 135. Are we ready? Okay, we're reconvening the Planning Commission meeting, and let's move on to our final item on the agenda, 135 Belvedere Avenue. Can we have a staff report, please?
Yes. Thank you, Chair Carapiet and members of the Planning Commission. For your consideration this evening is an application that is being continued from the September 2022 Planning Commission meeting. The application is for demolition permit, design review, exception of floor area, conditional use permit, and revocable license at 135 Belvedere Avenue. Staff notes that the applicant would like to continue this project to the May agenda to revise plans to add an ADU potentially above the garage and modify the story poles. The applicant has asked that the commission provide feedback regarding the project and address any concerns that the commission may have tonight. The project site is on a steeply sloped 52,000 square foot lot. The site received a lot merger approval in 2019 to combine 3 parcels and is currently developed with a residence and detached garage. The project proposes to demolish the existing residence and construct a new 9,936 square foot residence and associated structures. The first level would consist of a spa and breezeway and staircase set beneath the bar terrace. The second level would include a kitchen, dining, and living rooms, a bar, a veranda, and an exterior passageway. The third level would comprise of bedrooms, bathrooms, office space, and a 4-car garage at the northwestern wing. The project proposes multiple outdoor terraces, a swimming pool, and a 2-car motor court. Public right-of-way improvements are proposed as well, including a trash and utility enclosure, driveway apron, and landscaping. Access to the home would be through a gated 14-foot wide driveway at the northeast portion of the site. The project would include a wooden staircase leading to a 668 square foot deck and 128 square foot boat storage structure. Not shown here, the project proposes a new 875 square foot fixed pier and boat lift. There would also be a bioretention basin at the southern portion of the site. The first floor indicates the 693 square foot spa and 95 square foot exterior stairs and breezeway. The second floor depicts the 2,900 square foot kitchen, family, dining, and living rooms, and the 941 square foot bar. While open to the exterior, the 294 square foot entry passageway, as well as the 518 square foot veranda are counted towards total floor area as they have a solid roof above and are supported by vertical columns. The third level depicts the 3,344 square foot of bedrooms and the 1,006 square foot garage at the northwestern wing. Above the garage, the applicant is considering adding an accessory dwelling unit. The south elevation depicts the three levels of the house when viewed from Richardson Bay. The first floor spa would be approximately 22 feet from existing grade. The veranda on the second floor would be 31 feet tall from existing grade. And the third floor at its highest point would be 32 feet and 10 inches from existing grade at the eastern portion of the master suite. The site section provides a reference for the height of the structures from grade, as well as the line of sight when viewed from Belvedere Avenue. The western side of the house would include a set of concrete stairs leading down to the kitchen terrace. The project proposes clay tile roofing and granite stone site walls, Italian plaster siding, wood windows and doors in a blue-green color with limestone trim. The passageway and veranda would also have limestone trim. The project would include brick paving throughout the terraces and walkways, and Beaver Creek granite stone would be used for these planter walls. The passageway would receive a C-metal roof and doors in a copper color, and the driveway retaining walls would be made of Beaver Creek granite stone. There is a rendering of the project site when viewed from Richardson Bay. The project would remove 39 trees, including 4 of which would be coastal live oaks between 21 and 34 inches in diameter at breast height, which are considered significant in Belvedere. The project would plant 35 new trees, including 5 Italian cypresses to 40 feet tall and 7 water gum to 20 feet tall along the front property line. The project does include an extensive planning list, which the applicant's team will be expanding on during their presentation. Here's a rendering from Belvedere Avenue. The project proposes a variety of exterior lights, including accent lights, step lights, tree lights, planter accents, and path lights. A conditional use permit is requested for the fixed pier and platform lift. The applicant has received an extension to the BCDC approval for the pier and lift from the 2017 approved project. The applicant requests an exception of total floor area to approve 9,936 square feet of floor area, where the maximum permitted for the zone is 4,850. There is a request for a revocable license for private improvements in the public right-of-way. These include landscaping, a concrete driveway, apron, a trash and utility enclosure, and a fire department standpipe. The project proposes 1,650 cubic yards of cut and 1,600 cubic yards of fill for a net off-haul of 45 cubic yards. Construction will be completed in 4 phases, and the project would have a construction time limit of 24 months. As noted in the staff report, an initial study was done for the project in 2017 and adopted under CEQA guidelines. An addendum to this negative declaration was prepared for a minor technical change to the as the addition was. With respect to the proposed project, the revisions would not result in any new significant environmental impacts. Tonight, staff recommends the commission hear from the applicant, the owners, and members of the public, discuss the project, and provide feedback to the applicants. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Sammy. Can we hear from the applicants now?
We're going to be promoting the applicant, Kurt Melander.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
He has his hand raised now.
He's on the screen, so he should be.
Can you hear me?
Barely. Who is that speaking?
Can you hear me?
No,
Hello?
There you go.
can't hear you.
Kurt, can you turn up your volume, please?
It's all the way up.
A little more.
We've had this before.
Is it something on this end with these?
Hello?
So
Hello?
yeah, we can hear you. It's just very soft.
Okay. Interesting. I will speak up. Can you hear me
Too
better?
soft.
I am full volume.
He says he's at full volume.
This volume here?
Can you see me?
Yeah, we can hear him. It's just barely hear him.
It's not coming through the other microphone. That's what we had that one time.
This is turned all the way up too. That volume. So there.
Testing, testing,
Maybe you should sign out and come back in. Sometimes that works. You guys-
testing. Testing. Testing.
Nope, still too light.
He's very loud for the other Zoom participants.
He's very loud for the others.
Mhm.
Testing.
The other
Testing.
people who are dialed in.
So is that what they're saying? How do you know that?
Well, because it just came up on the chat.
Testing.
Well,
Testing.
it just popped up for a second. Somebody, when somebody chats, you can see it for a second.
Testing. Testing. Testing.
Can you turn up your computer sound and maybe we can just hear him?
Testing. 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 Barely.
Oh, that's better.
Can you hear me? But you guys, it's hard to hear you guys now.
That's because most of us don't have our mics on.
Oh, that's better. That's better. Shall I proceed?
Yes.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you, Sammy, for your presentation. Last we met, it was September 2022, and we left that meeting knowing we had some work to do. But before I talk about those changes we made, I'd like to introduce our team who will be speaking briefly tonight. After me will go Marta Fry, who is our landscape architect. And after that will be Larry Hadley of Hadley Construction. He will be talking about the construction management plan. There were some questions in September regarding that. And also Brandon and Danielle Shorenstein, the owners, were here. They bowed out about a half hour ago. They have a newborn, a 2-week-old, and they send their apologies, but they're in for the night. So, but it's good to see all of you. I am gonna just stop here for a second, and I'm gonna just make sure I don't talk too long. So I am starting my clock. Okay, first of all, the soil off-haul number from last time was big. It was 3,300 cubic yards, and that was a big problem. So that's where we started our redesign, and you'll see now, and you'll note that Sammy clarified that we only have 45 cubic yards of off-haul. We managed to balance the site pretty well, I believe. Because of that, that really informed the rest of the changes that we made. One of the other comments obviously was about provide additional mature trees. Marta will be talking about that shortly. You asked us to reduce the glazing, which we did. We decreased the size of the windows and the French doors. I did meet with a few of the commissioners at the site the other day and showed them some images of what we were trying to do with our Italianate house. And I know, Marcia, that was a little bit of a sticking point for you last time, but I was happy to hear at our meeting on Sunday that you liked the change and you were willing to go with this new design, which is great. The next item that you asked us to look at was do a better job of screening our retaining walls. Again, Marta will speak to that. The next item would be that you asked us was a more detailed construction plan. Obviously, Larry Hadley will be talking about that shortly. One of the things I wanted to point out, and I'm sure you noticed this on the drawing, the set of drawings that you have, is our square footage number has decreased drastically. We were at, in September, we were over 14,000 square feet, and now we are down to 9,900 and some. That is due to lifting the building up approximately 5 feet and pushing it approximately another 5 to 7 feet closer to Belvedere Avenue. We're actually on the property line now. There was some initial confusion on our part whether or not we could have a second story on top of the garage. We determined we can. That's why we are going to be putting in an ADU, much like we were before. There's no change in the square footage numbers. It'll be approximately a 790 square foot ADU above the garage and approximately 216 square feet of storage that will have a ceiling height of less than 6 feet in there. So that square footage won't count. So our square footage numbers will not change when we come back in May. The only change that we're making right now is we're adding 14 inches to what you're seeing in your drawings right now of the garage. And that is to accommodate height in the ADU. So we are working on just revising those story pole. There's a total of 6 points on top of the garage, the 4 corners, and then 2 corners of the ridge. And those are all going up 14 inches. So it's a pretty minor change. There was a comment by our neighbor, 125 Belvedere. Would we consider moving the boathouse? And we have done that. We have moved that significantly over to the south. And there was a letter that sent, so it appears they are content with that change. The last thing I'll say is that we did get some notes from Commissioner Storr on the lighting. We are revising those per his comments. We are working with a lighting designer who is in New York, and we're obviously coordinating with Marta's firm. And so we will be showing significant change to that shortly. We anticipate getting all of these new drawings out to Sammy by the end of next midweek, showing the ADU specifically, the plan layout for the ADU, and just the elevation changes, the minor elevation changes. It'll look exactly the same. Stair will be coming to that back of the, much like we showed before. So there won't be any surprises there. Anyway, I'm going to turn it over to Marta. Thank you very much.
Kurt, we don't see Marta on the list right now.
You don't? I know
is it
she.
Heather?
Heather's there, but Marta should be on too. just got a text from her that she's on. No, Marta. Huh. Can you find her? Marta Fry?
No. There's 6 attendees on there. Yeah, not seeing it, just Asmita, Heather Dunbar, James Munden, Larry, Michael Lampier, and Thomas Troutman.
Well, let's go with Heather. Heather, are you available?
It's James Munden is.
Oh, and James is here too. I wonder what happened to Marta. Huh. She's saying I'm there, I'm here. Are you being prompted?
Oh,
She is under James Monday.
Oh, she's under James Mart. Thank you.
Promotion.
Look under James.
and whoever's operating that has to accept the promote. There we go.
Yeah, James Munden. And Marta, you have to accept the invitation and unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
I don't know, Zoom is under my partner's account, but sorry you can't see me. I'm here. I've been here for hours. Anyway, good evening, commissioners. Hello, and thank you for hearing us, our second presentation. Sammy, I think your PowerPoint touched on some of the major points. I don't know if you have access to our drawing set, if we could just open that up, or if Heather can. I just want to go quickly through a few exhibits. Sammy, is it
Yeah,
best for?
I could open that up right now. Let me know which plans you want.
If we could just first open up to L 0.01, the illustrative plan.
Yeah.
Heather also has these ready on her desktop. Great. I just wanted to draw everyone's attention to some of the changes that Kurt has already explained or described. One was a shift of the residents and the associated amenities and terraces, a shift to the east, and also a bit more to the north, and reduction of square foot areas. So in terms of the overall landscape plan, this resulted in a considerable saving of quite a few more trees because we weren't encroaching as much on the west side or on the south. We've also reduced the spa terrace and created a small lawn terrace, which is the lowest terrace on the west side. And there is no structure there anymore. So in doing that, it enabled us to preserve more trees. We have 51 preserved, 35 new trees, and 39 unfortunately are removed, but they are within the building and construction footprint. So I just wanted to draw your attention to that. If we could go to sheet 0.02, the rendering, looking from the south. You had it, first rendering from Richardson's Bay. Yes. This is an interesting perspective because, as you know, we're quite wooded on both the east and the west property lines, but the real view of this project is from Richardson's Bay and also offsite in Sausalito. I think it's been really critical in our development of this project, and especially the horticultural development and the planting schedule and plan and design, is that this is a very layered project. Not only are we trying to capitalize on the existing trees that we're retaining, when we introduce new trees, the idea is to mitigate and reduce the expansiveness and the height of the walls, especially from this perspective. And I think Commissioner Storr, we did get a response and some comments that Kurt shared, and you were concerned with some of the walls and some of the heights of walls. And I just wanted to point out that we've got a small to medium scale water gum that are planted all below the pool, as well as existing vegetation and vertical cypress that we feel will very quickly reduce any mass, and the walls will be very much concealed. We could further mitigate that, as you suggested, with more vines. We have a number of vines dedicated for the project. If we could just look at the next elevation. This is from the street. We heard some comments at our last hearing that maybe we shouldn't have trees along Belvedere Avenue. And again, these are the water gums and they terrace down. We feel because this is a combination of 3 parcels, it's a quite expansive frontage along Belvedere Avenue, that we really want to continue a more wooded feeling. And what we see in our placement of these trees is a framing of the views. It's not an obstruction of the views. And I think even more critically, when you are down in the auto court and in the residence itself, looking back up to Belvedere, if you did not have these natural form, small scale trees, you really would be seeing an expanse of roadway and parked cars. So we feel it's very important to maintain this vision along Belvedere Avenue. I just want to quickly go to the planting plan L401. And what that addresses is, yes, that's great. You could stop there. Is that you can see the lower planters that are below the swimming pool and the bioretention area. And within that, we've got 6 water gum that again get 15 to 20 feet high. We feel that's our first line of defense or mitigation with any of our wall heights, as well as the mentioned cypress. We've got 6 vertical cypress throughout the site, and that gives a vertical accent as well and punctuates and typically occurs at corner intersections of walls. There was also a question about where the live oaks went. In kind of redesigning and looking at some of the tree palette, we have changed that to Quercus suber or cork oaks because we have quite a few on site and they're very successful. And so we have just changed a Quercus agrifolia or a live oak to the same number, 6 60-inch box cork oaks. So it was more of change out and also being a little sensitive that the live oaks, as you know, are susceptible to sudden oak death, and we'd like to prevent that. So with that, if there's any questions that come up later, of course, I'm here to answer it, but I'll hand this over to the general contractor. Larry?
Are you there, Larry?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My presentation is fairly short. You should have in your package there the CMP. And if you can bring that up, I can quickly explain it. While you're attempting to bring it up, we had to break it into 4 phases because we propose at this point not to have any on-street staging. The previous plan that was submitted before, we proposed using a tower crane. This time we've eliminated the tower crane, which was a privacy issue before, but we've taken the tower crane out. The fact that we don't have any off-haul other than 45 yards has greatly eliminated, there we go, has greatly eliminated the need for a trolley and a process that we were going to take the dirt down the hill onto a barge and take it off that way. So with the small amount of off-haul, and quite honestly, we feel we'll almost be able to eliminate that off-haul altogether. So if you see there, there's a phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4. The reason for that is there is nowhere currently to stage anything. So in phase 1, we're going to go in, we tear down the garage and create a small staging area. Once we've done that, we're able to go to phase 2, and it's a little hard to see on that plan, but you see the little numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the notes are there in the left corner, and I can't quite see them right now. But if you look at the notes 1, 2, and 3, and 4. So first we would have to build that lower retaining wall, which is number 1, then backfill behind it. That would give us the 2, where the 2 is. That creates a flat stage. Then we build the upper retaining walls and build behind that. Once we've done that, we have a pretty large area now for our staging for the next stage of the project. You can go down to phase 3 now. Once again, phase 3 doesn't change a heck of a lot. When you look at them together on the plan, the storage container, just the stuff is kind of moved around in different areas. But we will have a little bit more area to use for staging. Once again, the goal here is to keep everything off the street. And that's kind of the same thing with phase 4. The only caveat is the concrete and the concrete pump. We're proposing right now that we bring the concrete pump down the driveway, and the concrete trucks would come up Belvedere Avenue and back down the driveway. There may be occasions where we have to pump from those 4 parking spaces that are up at the top that are supposed to be city designated spaces for the project. We haven't gotten far enough into the plan to see how many times, but the main thing to note here is our current plan calls for no road closures. I believe there's also part of this package a truck route trip or plan for the truck route. Today we went up there and we're looking at a way of trying to shorten that. It would require getting approval to do a hammerhead turnaround at the top of Belvedere Way. So instead of the trucks having to come in on Belvedere and all the way out to Blanding, turn around at Blanding, come back and go up onto Golden Gate and out Golden Gate, we're hoping to be able to turn the trucks around at the top of Belvedere Way and only use that short section of Belvedere Avenue. That would greatly reduce the truck traffic on the rest of the island. With the house being moved up the hill, and not just up the hill, but also higher in grade, it's going to simplify and help us expedite construction. It's not so far down the hill, it'll be a lot easier to access things. I guess at that point, if anybody's got any questions, I'll see if I can answer them. Crickets?
Hello?
At your presentation?
Yes.
Yeah, is there any
Okay.
questions?
Mary, there was a letter in our packet from Rob Slaymaker, and they have just gone through those 3 construction projects on Cliff Road, and most of them turned around on Belvedere Way, and their mailbox has been knocked over 4 or 5 times, et cetera, et cetera. So you might just want to discuss that with him.
Well, what we propose to do, and once again, we went up there just today to look at this idea, is we would have one of our employees every time a truck is backing up, because they would have to pull out of the driveway at 135 facing south and back up from there to Belvedere Way. We would have a body physically walking with that truck for that process.
Are there any questions for the applicant?
I just have one question for the landscape architect.
Sure.
As I was looking through these plans again, I think it would be a good idea to have some trees in the planters near the pool outside the dining room. Because it's going to be very hot there and it also will soften the front of the house. That's all.
Um,
That's my-
Can
Yeah.
you, shall I respond?
Sure.
Can you hear me? Yes, we're happy to consider that. And I realize we have a subsequent during CD submission or permitting a landscape plan. I think the clients want to preserve their view shed, but we have discussed shade, especially on that pool terrace. But it could also be considered with umbrellas, again, from the house looking out. You know, we'll look at both ways, but would you be also agreeable to that if it's done with furnishings?
Yes, but it would really soften it to have some kind of greenery near the house because it sits up all by itself. And as Kurt knows, with all those windows, it would just soften it.
So they either
We're
get
back
the
to-
windows or they get
I
trees.
know, Mr. Palladio.
Well, Mr. Palladio and I will come to some balanced
Okay.
agreement.
Good,
But
thank you.
thank you for your comments.
Any other questions for the applicant? Oh, go ahead.
Thank you for considering those.
Are you on?
Sorry. Thank you for considering those accent lights that are all shining upward. And
Yes.
so we'll look forward to seeing what you come back with there. I just on the landscaping for my comment about the walls and trying to soften those. It's going to take some time for those plants to grow up. Is there any kind of vertical elements that you could consider to put in those walls just for the interim? I don't know what could be done, whether it be some sort of tile or brick or something, but I want just to break it up somewhat because it's going to be years before it gets the way you have it rendered in the rendering.
Well, yes, of course, we could consider that. Vines are very fast growing, but also the trees that we're bringing in, the specs we've been seeing on those they're already coming in containers in 12 to 18 feet in height. And,
So they're
you know,
almost full grown.
Oh, absolutely. But you know, these are 36-inch, 24 to 36-inch boxes. So we envision, you know, sticking to that, and there's quite maturity upon planting. And as I say, these are current specs we're seeing using these on other projects, and this is what the client is expecting as well. But you know, your point is well taken, and it really is important that this is a layered landscape. Many of the walls are stone, so they're beautiful in themselves, but we also have bougainvillea and creeping fig on those walls and Parthenocissus, so things that cling and creep and cover within 2 seasons. But as we go down the slope, those are plaster walls, and they're going to be more visible, as you noticed, than the natural stone walls. So it is really important that we have a layering both of trees, shrubs, and vine tracery.
Okay. And then on LD 101, I was wondering about how those ELA lights are mounted on the railing all the way down. It's a LED light that I guess like a rope light,
The strip light.
strip light,
You know,
all the way down the stairway.
I-
How are those mounted so that they don't, so they just are downward lit and not shining out to everybody?
I'm happy to talk to that. Can you guys hear me? Oh, you can? So we have a detail on that we're going to include in the next package you're going to get Commissioner Store. The light is up underneath and routed into the bottom of the handle, so you won't see it. It only is shining down, and it's very high up in the handle of the railing going down.
Okay. I was
But we
kind of
will-
envisioning it might be like that, but I wasn't sure.
It is. We'll
Yeah.
we'll provide a detail for you to see that.
And then the lights that are proposed on the stairs to the north of the kitchen and east of the outdoor kitchen.
Yes.
I was wondering if you could move them to the opposite side of the treads so that they aren't visible from the street above at all. But they're kind of they're on the side where they would face uphill. I can't remember what drawing that is. Let's see. I think it's LD 101.
Can I respond to that? I think the back of house stairs, if you will, I believe just have a railing, and we also could do a hooded path light along there in the landscape and not have, which is always my preference over stair risers, lighting. So I think that's something we can review as a team and discuss with our lighting consultant as well, where we have the freeboard on one side or either side of those stairs as they go up to the trash enclosure. I think there's only one section where it starts to turn and go towards the garage that we might have to have something in some low walls or in the riser itself.
Actually, I can't even find the drawing now.
This one, LD. It's all the way to the back for the piers, like the third or fourth thing.
Okay. Yeah, it wasn't so much of the stairs going up to the trash enclosure that I was looking at. I was looking more at those stairs that are right there behind the kitchen, the outdoor kitchen, to the street side of the outdoor kitchen. What's showing is the lights are mounted so that they'd be facing the street. And I'm just wondering if it'd be better to mount them so they're shining the opposite way. They look like they're embedded in the walls on the sides of the stairs.
Commissioner Stork,
Yeah.
I'm
Let's
happy
move
to
on.
talk.
We're gonna move
You know,
on.
Those stairs are way down, you understand, right? I mean, they're down from street level, I mean, a good 20 to 30 feet. So those lights will be shining down for path on the stair there. Is that what you're discussing?
We're going to move on from this because we don't want to get stuck on a detail. Larry can find what he's talking about and communicate that to you, so we're more efficient with our time,
Sounds good.
as it's now 11 o'clock. What else do you have?
Well, a bigger one, I guess I was trying to understand why you're choosing to build a vertical structure rather than stair step it down the hill. And what I'm thinking about is, it seems like the upper floor and this lower floor could be stair stepped out and create the terraces that you're wanting for the upper floor. And it would seem to me that would reduce significantly the amount of cut and fill that you'd be looking at for this project. Basically, the same project could be stair stepped rather than built vertically. And I'm just curious what's driving that.
I'm not sure I understand your question. Marta, do you understand it?
You're the architect.
Well,
Well, I think,
Go ahead.
well, okay, I think if I'm hearing you correctly, Commissioner, you are saying, why doesn't it stair step more? And as it steps, those become the terraces for that level. Is that correct? Because
Well,
we've got,
it's step, you know, we encourage people on building on slopes like that to build, build so that they match the slope. So by doing that, you can stair step a building rather than build it vertically. And the lower floor becomes the terraces for the upper floor. So I'm just curious why it's being done as an all vertical structure rather than try to make it conform to the hillside more.
Well, I think when I met with Kurt, he said that this whole design is driven by where they can put the structure and maintain as low amount of cut and fill as they have now. So if they make any changes like that, that means it's all cut and fill, because we talked about, well, you know, can you go over here? Can you do this? And he was like, no, this is exactly where we can do it to reduce the cut and fill to what we have. And if we go in any other direction, it increases the cut and fill. So that has driven this whole design. So I think that's why it's designed this way versus another fashion, is because of the cut and fill.
And I'll support that. I'll back that up. Yeah. The more you step it down the hill, the more footprint you have on the ground, which means you're into the dirt more.
Anything else?
No.
Oh, Ashley, did you have something you wanted to say?
Questions or where are we doing comments now?
Well, we're making comments and we're kind of giving them direction. So we're not going to come back and do a whole summary, I don't think.
Yeah, okay. So, no, I think the changes are great. I had the exact same comment as Marcia, just about trees around the pool area. Umbrellas are great, but natural shade from trees is also really lovely. And I think it would be really nice to see some greenery on that level, on the pool deck level. Not to mention wind too. It might help just shield some of that wind. I appreciate all the changes that have been made. I think that you really listened to our feedback last time around and ran with it. And the fact that you were able to get the cut and fill down to 45 cubic yards is really remarkable to me. So I think that kind of covers it. I had a question about the lighting and the rail. I don't know if that's in our code, if that's allowed. I would look at an alternative for the stairs. I know that there have been other instances where we've had homes with stairs leading down to the water. We've not allowed lights on the stairs or the deck. You don't want to create any sort of like landing strip effect down there. So I would really look at that lighting carefully. But otherwise, I think you've done a really great job. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so my comments is that we're taking out 39 trees, and we kind of have a code that you replace a tree with another tree. And if it's a significant tree, it could require 2 trees for that replacement. So you're at 35 replacement trees. It would be nice for you to find 4 more trees to stick on the property so that what you're removing, you're replacing with. And the lighting, I can just say that as I look at this lighting schedule, I think you have 2 or 3 light fixtures that we would be able to use. And I concur with Commissioner Johnson that we have not approved lighting down on stairs and or at the deck level before, and even on the pier. So I think you need to do some work on the lighting. We don't allow lights in trees. I know architects like that, but we don't allow that kind of lighting here. Where you're at is sort of a dark country look. And we've had another big project that had excessive lighting, and we still get complaints. We even get complaints from people in Sausalito about the lights on a house that had too much lighting. So a lot of your lighting still needs to be reduced, but that's always in the final lighting plan. But I think you need to look at the lights you're using. I like the idea of the in-ground downward facing light. And then the only other thing I have to say, and I know I said it to Kirk and he agrees with me, but I just want to put it on the record that this project is big and there's no way you're going to finish it in 24 months. And you most likely will be facing construction time limit fines. So just as a matter of public record. Depends on when they get their permit. So I think unless someone has something else they want to.
The only other thing I had was I still think there's a few too many trees along Belvedere Avenue. I think
I was just going to say, I really like the trees on Belvedere Avenue.
I like a few
I
trees,
think
but I
I
like
think
to
it
have an open
really
view.
softens it and you don't have to look totally with the view. It's nice to look through trees. And so that's my comment on the trees on Belvedere Avenue. I think it's necessary to have them there.
Okay, so does that give you enough direction?
It sure does. This has been great. Like I said, you'll get some revised drawings next week, all of you, and we look forward to seeing you guys in May.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you for staying so late.
Thank you
It's
for
a
having us.
marathon meeting, and we have our new reporter from the ARC here. And she's like, is it always like this? So thank you very much for staying so late.
Excuse me.
Thank
do
you.
wish to make a
Our
motion to
pleasure. Thanks very much.
Perhaps.
Oh, we need to make a motion to continue the item to the May meeting. Thank you.
I move to continue the item. Do I need to do every single one or can I do the
No,
whole?
just say the
Okay.
address and you're.
Just
continuing.
to continue 135 Belvedere Avenue to the May meeting.
Okay, second.
Motion to adjourn? Are we good? No? Oh, roll
Aye.
call? No, we have to do roll call.
Yes.
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 Yes. Three recusals. Oh, and I didn't say the reason why the other commissioners are not here is because they own property within 500 feet. I forgot that. Sorry, but it's in the record now. Look at this. Can we have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.